Good evening, one and all, and especially to UK Transparency, is there waiting so patiently for people to turn up. Well, what a day today's been, eh? Running around like a blue arse fly, and then what do I end up finding out? Charlie dear, it's been announced that he's got Big C. Well, anyway, enough about that crap. Um, so there's lots of other people, but because he's a turd, he gets, the BBC go, oh, the king's got cancer. You know, I hope he recovers. Allegedly, he's a human being. But what's been going on in the world of the network, which is more important to think about and to talk about? Well, for those of you who haven't seen me around, my apologies. You've been in the wrong location. Um, I've been over to the side of the world, so to speak. Hello, Barbara Rogers. How are you? Nice to see you. Um, I've been supporting Eli um, and checking that he's a-okay, etc. Um, and supporting him and a few others over there, getting rid of some trolls, or baiting the trolls, whichever way you want to look at it. Yeah. Eyes on the audit. How you doing? Could sworn I was just talking to you over in Jitsi. I think I was. Anyway, this may turn out to be a very short live. It may turn out to be a longer live. I don't know. But I do know one thing. Anybody who comes up onto the panel, there'll be no over talking, no shouting. Leave your crap at the door, please. Thank you very much. No trolls allowed. I've had enough of trolls, and I think they should all be put back underneath their bridges. So that's the way I see it. I've got a new advert to play later on in relation to Grim Reaper network.org and a little store that we've opened up. And I've been able to keep the prices as low as possible. Every little helps. Oh, that's a Tesco advert, not a Grim Reaper advert. Still, never mind. Eyes on the audit. If you want to come up and say hello, you can do. I'm not too sure whether BBA will be joining us. I would have invited my friends. In fact, I did invite my friends over from the States. Not everybody is available, but it's just the way it goes. You know what I mean? Eli's on round two. What did I see it as? Sorry, round 20, 28, 29. Not bad going. Yeah, round 28. It just keeps going. Oh, his stream keeps going. Luckily, he's got good people over there. But chances are that he's never going to get porn bombed, and if he does, I think it'd be very short-lived. But what are we going to do over here? This is the question. So, no bear today at the moment. I've got 4 people watching. This is going to be a short stream. I know it is. But for all of you who are tuned in, thank you very much. Truly appreciate every single one of you. I'm a little bit anonymous today. Well, I've put the anonymous face mask on because I'm doing a little bit of hacking, as you can see in the background. Hey, we've got Mellows in the back. Let's bring him up and say hello. And as always, he comes prepared because he's muted.
How you doing, mate? You good?
I'm good. Good. I'm as well as can be expected. All things considered.
How's everyone in the chat?
By the looks of it, they're all doing okay. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Barbara. Hello, UK Transparency. And anybody else that's listening. So yeah, I think that dude is still on there. They're ripping into him. I'm not sure. Eli Spano.
No, he's not.
Guy, the copper, the NYPD dude.
No, he's not.
He's still on there. Has he
gone? Oh, the live's still going, but he's not on there at the moment.
Oh, thank God for that.
You mean the former police officer?
Yeah, what an idiot that guy is, man.
As I've found out, and that's what he was as an officer, nothing else.
He was nothing. Still is nothing.
No, he's just he's a drunken idiot. Yeah. But you know what? This is nice and chilled. I like this sort of thing. Well, at least I can think in between sentences. Well, Bear Britain audits. How are you doing? What do you mean, evening chatters? Leo. Good to see you. Yeah, it seems to attract all sorts. I mean, this is the trouble when you have an open panel.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons why I sort of stopped open panels as such is that unless you've got moderators both able to spot things and change things, etc., and stop the crap from coming through. If you stop them from coming through in the chat, then that means the likelihood of it means a more safer live, and people might feel comfortable putting the StreamYard link out. You just never know. But I would say if you trust someone that's there and they do something against you, then it's your own fault. I screwed up a few times. Yeah. I can't say that I'm infallible because I'm not. Just 99.9% of the time. I am perfect. I'm bringing back open panel lives very soon. Well done, Bear. Let's see if you can do 12-hour live streams. Hey, Brandon Mitchell, good to see you. Because I saw you over there. No, he's not there. No, he's disappeared. He's come over here instead. Brandon, how's it going over stateside with all them horrible, wonderful trolls? Hopefully you put them all to bed back underneath their bridges and you tuck them up with their blankets for the night. That's what you do, isn't it? Look after them like that. So, what do you want to talk about? Well, good question. I've been messing around with the Grim Reaper Network .org a little bit. Been doing some updating, and one of the things which I put up is a shop, because somebody said to me, everybody else does it, why don't you do it? And it kept packing, and I've now given in. So there is a shop on there. I'm not going to ask people to go to buy anything. If you want to buy stuff, please do so. I'm not going to twist your arms in any way, shape or form, but I've got a little promo which I'm going to show in a bit. Self-advertising of the sort of things that we've got over there. It's not exclusive to everything. I bought a couple of things. I think the print stuff is very good, especially now I've tidied it up and made it look a lot better. And yeah, it's strange walking around with the Grim Reaper network on the back of a jacket. Funny, because I've got a warped sense of humour. I can just feel the eyes. Talking of eyes. Hellos.
Yes, mate.
Have you had a look at this new area?
The what?
This new area, the shop. Have you actually gone in and had a look?
Yes, of course.
And has it got colour?
It's a lot more colour now. If you need any more help, let me know.
Sorry, that's a bit of an in joke, but I've got to explain it. Mello said that the website needed an infusion of colour. It's certainly got that.
Yeah, I'm trying to help him. He won't let me. He wants to do it himself. I'm like, yeah, okay, do it, but put some fucking colour in it. He's done really well, man. He's he probably is this the first time you've ever tried to build a website or make a website?
This is the first website where I've been able to keep you at bay.
Yeah. He's done all of this by himself, by the way. I ain't touched nothing. I ain't done anything. I've just been poking.
Yes.
Nitpicking.
Yes, that's what he does. He's very good at nitpicking. A bit like Bear Britton is. He's good at nitpicking as well. Oh, hello, Bear. Didn't see you there.
Weird, man. Why don't it just put me backstage? I don't like bringing myself on.
You brought yourself on.
You know, I didn't. I pushed the stream out and then pushed enter studio. It then, when it brings me into here, automatically brings me onto the studio, like onto the panel, where I'd like to be sat backstage until I'm brought on.
Oh, fuck off then. Simples. There you go.
But now he wants you to bring you on there.
Well, you can. He's got yeah, I mean.
He wants you to bring him on. He doesn't want to come on by himself or jump in. He wants you to. Oh,
Caucasian, how are you? Good to see you. I've got a winch bag in the back. The question is, should I actually bring him on? Should I just turn around and go, you got the button, bring yourself up? Well, yeah, sod it, you know how to do it. Yeah. Rick the Skills Screwball. How are you?
You know what? All I want these days, all I ask, is to be treated the same as everybody else.
That's a song, isn't it? All I want is the truth.
Well, he wants to be treated like everybody else.
Oh, shit. That's going to do my head in now. What film did I see that in?
All About for Christmas. Baby G from T. Right, Bear, if you want to come up.
I don't know what I've been backstage for. You missed my whole fucking intro there. I was introducing myself.
No, you were ranting.
Anyway, and this evening.
Do you want to try again?
No, give up. Fuck you.
Good.
Yeah.
15
log fart instead.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls and Bear. I wish to bring to you, because my arm's been twisted so far up my back I can hardly move and it hurts, the one and only Bear Britton Audits.
Yeah, stop doxing me, Rick. Rick, stop doxing me, bro. Don't want to have to time you out. Beam me up, Scotty. Beam me up.
Cannot take it. Captain. Oops. So, don't be cruel. I'm never cruel. Hey, hang on a second. UK transparency. When am I ever cruel to anybody? You'll be needing his blankie. Anyway, Bear, nice to see you. Honestly. I'm going to put the link out there for people. I'll just have to make sure that it's the right people, that they are who they say they are. We're going to have to put a banner up occasionally, I think, just to be on the safe side. Yeah. Sort of like that'll do. Right. Yeah, so bit of an open panel, bit of a giggle. Not going to take life too serious.
Warp speed, Mr. Singer.
I can't. I have tried. Didn't work. I ended up meeting Bear. So
UK, you said you'd keep quiet, bro. Come on now. Let's keep it.
And you believed him?
The minute he turned around and said, as I got out of his car, and I'm like, don't say anything. Don't you be fucking spinning that. No, don't you worry, Bear. I won't. The minute he said I won't, I knew he would. So anything that comes out of UK Transparency's mouth, listen, usually I would say, listen to him. Don't ignore him. But this time round, anything he says about me, ignore it. It's lies. Lies. All lies.
Okay. Nice. And else you'd
Allegedly.
like to say?
Allegedly.
That's better. Thank you.
Had to get that in there at least once.
You got to say allegedly. I'm looking for this sodding file. Keep talking. Eventually I'll find it. I know I put it here somewhere.
Oh no, here's trouble. Here's trouble.
On your head be
Good evening, Jenny. Good to see you, girl.
Hello, hi.
How are you, all right?
I'm fine, thank you, sweetheart. I was waiting for your notification and I never got it. So I'm like, what's going on? Because it's after 8 o'clock here, and then I logged on and I see you guys have already started without me. Starting the party without me, that's not nice.
Who the hell is Klaus?
Klaus Schwabi. We've got Klaus Schwabi backstage, man. Klaus Schwabi, show us your face. Your real face. Klaus Schwabi. Ah, I know who that is, or at least I think I know who it is.
Well, I know who that is with the face. I recognise that face.
Let's oh no, that's a video. That's the wrong one. Where's your fucking pictures? Oh, this one I do. Look at that lovely sunshine.
So you can let. I know
Where's your
who it is.
pictures?
There you go.
I know exactly who it is, bro.
You do, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you want to have a guess?
I know exactly who it is. He just told me.
All right, Klaus Schwabi, good to see you. And you, UK. Big up, mate. Big
You
up.
will eat the bugs and you will like it. The cockroaches. You will not go 15 minutes out of your town.
Listen, you'd have a lot of fat people, man.
There's a little. Hang on a second. Bear's comfort blanket.
Oh, why the fuck did I let him up? He's gone. Oh, he brought him back. Let's say I didn't kick him, honest.
I sort of detect a little bit of Irish there.
Jenny, can I just say before the show goes any further, you absolutely had me in stitches the other night, girl. Absolute stitches. Jenny, don't ever change. Always be you, yeah? Because you are
Thank
funny,
you
girl.
very much.
You are
Thank
funny.
you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I hope it's not too loud in my background because I'm just finishing the last cookings and my ventilator is on, so I hope it's not disturbing you guys or anything like that.
Nah, don't worry about it.
All right,
Might
thank you.
drown
I'm
the
going to
room.
turn it
You
off.
never know.
Okay.
Ta-da! It is I, Fruitoid.
I thought it was somebody intelligent.
No, no chance of that.
It's almost like yesterday that I was talking to you.
Sorry, hold on. Let me try
That
to
would be epic. The next time, I want everybody to come up on the panel. I want a Klaus Schwab. I want a fucking Bill Gates. I want everyone that could possibly trigger Mellows all to come up on the panel at the same time. His brain would commit suicide or something, man. Be like, oh my god!
Oh shit.
Mellow, I have to ask a question. If I may.
That's hilarious, man.
Mellow, are you a white guy?
It depends what day.
I must be honest, he is pretty fly for a white guy.
Because he's got such a beautiful voice, like a black man. Sorry, I don't want to discriminate anybody, but you showed a picture
God,
the
I feel
other day.
discriminated against, Jenny. Oh my god! The white man's voice is awful.
Jenny, no, he doesn't. He doesn't have a voice like a black man. Black men have a voice like Mellows.
Oh my god, Mellow voice so cool, you know. And when he showed a picture of himself, I'm like, no, Mellow is a white guy with such a beautiful voice, which sounds like a black man. Honestly, I have to say that.
No, Mellows, what is it with you, man? You seem to get all the fucking ladies over on that other panel, don't you? Oh, Mellow's voice. Oh, Mellow's voice. Makes me bloody sick, it does.
Yeah, Mellows.
Such a jealousy that I hear. Man. Oozing out.
Sound bad. What's up with that? Making us all sound bad, mate.
Woo fucking woo.
Woo, fucking woo. Mountain Girls.
Big massive shout out to both NH Mountain Girl and Northwood Press. Lovely pair of people, man. So if you're not already, do go check those guys out.
Hi, Northwood. Hi, Nancy Girl.
Just come on up and say hello.
Come up, say hi. Join the panel.
If you dare.
So what's the crack,
So-
guys? Like I was saying to Bear earlier on, right? When we go to a different country, we have to go through the full airport security, everything, bags, check, everything, screen, searched, everything, right? And well, I'm not sure if this is the type of topic you want to talk about here, though.
I don't know, but Grim, you might want to talk about this, Grim. Are we allowed? I mean, I'm sure it's pretty okay. Can we mention the Alkali attack that happened a few days ago?
What's that? What's an
Mention whatever.
alkali?
You can mention whatever you want to, so long as it's
All right.
within.
Basically,
10%.
everyone's looking for a guy that decided to fucking throw alkali acid on a fucking woman and her kids. If anyone finds the little bastard before anyone else, string him up, give him a good kick in, and fucking bring the police.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
No,
What
on a
could-
serious note, let's be
What could get
serious.
somebody to do that? What could make somebody think?
I'm gonna have someone email me. Done, mate. Done.
Yeah, please.
I was only joking. No, on a serious note, there was an attack that took place on a mother and her children the other day by what looked like an illegal immigrant. This illegal immigrant was refused asylum twice, and ended up having it granted on a third time because a vicar, reverend, priest, someone within the church stood basically as a witness for him and said how he had dramatically converted to Christianity and how he was like, that was a big sign on the fact that he was trying to repent his sins and answer for his crimes. This guy also is a convicted sex offender. I mean, the list goes on, people, and he's not allowed in this country. He's illegal. Well, he was till we got accepted in.
Oh.
So somewhere, someone's walking around with a big melted face.
Yeah, that's great. That's fucking sick. And so somebody on Pap's channel last night, I have to make sure that it's true, right? He said, I have to check it. I haven't yet. He said that over here in Ireland, the immigrants were cooking a dog. Apparently there's video of them spit roasting a dog here in Ireland.
Be very careful what food you decide to eat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you see,
don't go for a grand.
The thing is, if these are just rumors and not true, it kind of hurts these people unnecessarily. Do you know what I mean?
But there are people out there doing that. Truthfully, there's people. I ain't gonna mention names or leave names out, but there's people on YouTube within this corner of the community or so-called community where they think it's okay to go out and incite hate by spinning narratives in their videos. Just keep to the facts. There's enough people pissed off in this country, right, that you can just stick to the facts and people are going to be pissed off. They're going to see where you're coming from, and most people will probably be behind you. But all this,
100%.
Twisting stuff, saying that guns and all these type of things have turned up at hotels and all the bikes in the bike shed must be stolen, and without any evidence of such, in my opinion, just incites hate without true facts. Stick to the facts.
Well said. Well said.
Stick to the facts, and if you don't know the facts, man, then don't fucking mention it until you do. Go away and investigate it and come back when you do, right?
Right.
Right. I agree with that.
No?
Hi, NH Mountain Girl. Hi. Woo woo.
Northwood Press, you
Fucking
legend.
woo.
Ladies and gentlemen, there will now to be a short interval. Hopefully.
I'm not having a granddad now.
Because
A little
the bag is
short
awesome.
advert.
Don't worry,
Bag looks
Mountain Girl.
wicked.
I'll highlight it for you. Grim,
Love that.
my birthday is in May. Love the sweatshirt. Just saying. Hint, hint. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge.
Say no more, say no more. Hey, I'll tell you what, the post, if it was to be delivered to you, it'd never get there because the postman would not be able to find it. Their address, I mean, it just doesn't exist, folks. There's no GPS, there's no nothing. Apparently, they live they live up in the mountains. Woo, fucking woo.
Big up Northwood Press, man.
By the way, guys, I got 15
agree
minutes
with
of fame. Well, 1 minute 34 seconds of fame. I edited a little funny video for Charlie Veach, and he played it on his channel. Went down pretty well.
Did he give you credit?
Yeah, well, I kind of put my credit on the end,
Oh, that's all right.
and he's okay with it on my channel. So
Very nice. Very nice.
I wonder would he care if I played it here? What do you think?
I don't know. Is it who owns the copyright?
I don't know. I'm not sure, but it's he's okay with it on my channel, and he posted it on his channel. So I'm not sure how that works.
No, I
yours.
I don't think he'd have an issue with it, but I mean,
I don't particularly think he would have an issue with it either, but it's your call, Grump, I guess.
it's nothing to do with me.
No, I mean if you want me to play it or not.
Hey, just because my name's above the door doesn't mean to say I've got any say in it.
Grandad, can you come up for a minute? Grandad!
You want to talk to the boss, you know, BBA.
Yeah, well, okay.
He makes those sort of decisions.
What do you think, BBA? You're muted, by the way.
It's getting bollocks.
There?
Oh,
Yeah,
hang
she's
on.
not
Put it in, and I'm sure it will play it. Why not?
I can
What do you
always.
mean put it in? Oh, yeah, I'll put the link in. Is that what
You
you
have
mean?
to. Well, no, or share it, or you know,
I'll put the link in, and I'll put the link in if somebody wants to play it. They can play it.
Is this on? Yeah,
It's
it's
only
only
one-
link in from your channel to your channel.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah.
That's the easiest
It's
way.
only 1 minute 54 seconds as well.
Ah, good.
But if you're like, you can even pause it and unpause it if you want and talk or whatever. I think that makes it fair use, right?
Yeah, but it's on your channel, so you own it.
Yeah.
If you put
just
it in
play your
private chat,
video
I'll-
from your channel.
If you put it in private chat, I'll play
Yeah.
it first. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I did ask him. You know what I mean? I did ask him. I said, "Are you cool with me putting it on my channel as well?" And he was, "Yeah, sure." Let me
Yeah,
see
just
where
play
I'm
the
at.
video on your channel, man.
Right here, look, I'll put the link in. And then if anything goes wrong, I can blame the person who said it. Oh, it was me. It was him.
Right. Mountain Girl's really after a jacket, right? Because she's now saying that she'll give me a mum's address that's on the grid. Subtly as a brick.
Grim, if you take it with you, the postage won't be so much.
Hey, what?
I say if you take it with you and post it there, then the postage won't be as much for it.
It won't cost me anything because they're going to be ordering it. They go to the website, they put the details in. We allow the US to make purchases, and they pay for it because it's also printed over in the States. So no postage. Yeah, let's have a look. God, the link's not working. It is now.
UK Transparency. Are you an auditor?
Mhm.
Uh,
I'm
Might
going to
be a
try a
stupid
math
question.
for him.
I'm part-time one.
Okay.
Well, that's what he
I
likes
have
to let people know.
I
When
have
you're ready.
watched a few.
Will
Okay,
we
sorry.
wait for her? Because I don't think he's seen it.
Well, that's not my fault.
That's true.
Always, yeah. I'm not bad. Hey, look, it's you're the guy on the rooftop. You're bootleg Che Guevara.
Shut up.
Whoa, mate. Whoa. Why are you bushing into me? Yeah, mate. No need for that. They always come and attack me. It's very unfortunate.
What's this?
He's doing
Whose
it
video is this?
for police.
Mine, I made
Oh,
it for Charlie V. He played it on his channel.
Where shall I go for my safety? All right.
Charlie Beach the racist.
Oi.
All right. Here we go. Okay. That's for my safety.
You've been spotted.
Okay. Check out how much the dog wants to breakdance. The doggy wants to breakdance.
Michael, I say the same about Israel. Screw Israel.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen.
By 1 minute 34 seconds of fame.
And that must have been filmed on the wild streets of Manchester, UK.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. I don't think he's a racist, Bear. Do you find him a racist?
He's blatantly racist towards fucking the Palestinian people, for sure, yeah. He's a genocide supporter. He supports genocide.
I don't know. I don't get that from myself, to be honest.
No?
No, well, he's on about what was it? The date on the 7th, when Hamas stormed and done those atrocities to those poor young people at a festival. Yeah,
Right. Yeah.
and he's saying that the Palestinian marches are supporting that, are in support of what Hamas did.
Well, he's wrong,
Right.
isn't he? Because these marches were happening before the 7th of October. They've been happening
were
for nearly 50 years. What do you mean? What were they?
But not like this. Like,
Bro,
not
the Palestinian people have been occupied for 75 years.
Oh,
75 years,
yeah,
they've
yeah.
slowly been driven out of their homes. Yeah?
Yeah, but the
75
protest-
years it's begun. And you know, 75 years ago, guess what? Hamas didn't exist, bro. In fact, 50 years ago, Hamas did not exist. So ask yourself why Hamas exists, and ask yourself who created Hamas in the first place. When you go and search these things, and what we always say about anything, and you can do the same here, is follow the money, money, money. And who runs the
Also-
world? Who owns everything?
Hang on. Ladies
Both
and gentlemen,
sides.
please always do your
No.
own research.
What, you're going to tell me Palestinians own everything? Who owns the world? Fruit
No,
toy, come on, bro.
I'm not going to say that. Right, to finish my sentence, I was going to say both sides have committed atrocities and wrongs. Right, they're both wrong. There's not like one side is right.
Have you
one
ever
side is
heard
wrong.
of one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter?
Exactly, right. So,
Listen, I don't agree, by the way, with Hamas. By the way, I'd like to state that. I think that Hamas are pure evil,
yeah,
and I
don't
think
you-
everything that they stand for is disgusting. Don't get me
Yeah,
wrong.
it is. You know,
So
but
I'll put
the
that
worst
thing
part-
before people think, hang on, he's supporting Hamas here. Definitely not. But
Right.
Kev,
The
I
worst
just mean,
part,
like,
right?
let's look at the facts put the facts on the table. And it didn't start on October the 7th. It just didn't. Like I say,
Oh,
everyone's going on about Hamas. Hamas
yeah,
didn't exist 50 years ago. Why do they exist? Who created
that's-
Hamas?
Yeah, 75 years ago, exactly. But Hamas isn't even Palestinian. They're from one of the neighboring countries. Can't remember which one even. But they're both wrong, right? They're both being wrong. There's only one solution, and that's a shared state, right? That's the only solution. Nobody's going to give up. Nobody's going to back off. Nobody's going to win, right? They're both going to lose.
Oh, yeah,
right?
they are. They are going to win. Israel are going to win.
Hold on, let me finish. The worst part, right, is that Palestine is actually a beautiful country, right? Especially when they're doing it up and revegetating certain areas. It's fucking beautiful. They could make that a
Lift up
tourist.
Palestine.
If they work together, they could have a place probably as rich as one of the other tourist attractions. And that's the worst part. And instead, they're just going to kill themselves, and that's all they're going to do is kill themselves till the world intervenes. Unfortunately.
Yeah,
You
Michael
know,
says Hamas
so-
was
so
created
I'm not
by
gonna
and
support
funded
war.
by Iran. Michael,
Yeah, I'm not
are you
gonna
really
support
sure
war,
about that?
not the other. You know what I mean?
And I'm going to say, are you really sure about that? And if you're sure, I would like you to tell me where you've sourced that information from, if possible.
Hamas was created by Israel to combat the PLO and Yasser Arafat.
Iran.
Not
Iran.
Iran. Israel.
Yeah, no, I was correcting Bear. He said Iraq.
He said Hamas was created and funded by Iran.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said Iraq.
No, he said Iran.
Not Iran.
I'm saying,
Not Iran.
if he believes that, where did he source that information from? Where did he come to that conclusion?
Well, like I said, before people make comments, I think really they should do their own research. And
Well, I'd love the
Go with the
opposing
brute.
side to come up and argue, not argue, but debate this with me. They never do. It's always people just sat in the chat, man. Like, I'll happily sit there and share my views. Like,
But
No.
where, like, but both sides are crying genocide, right? Because
no, they're not. How are
yeah,
they?
yeah, they are. Because what does from the
Explain
river
to me.
sea
Explain
They're-
and give me the
they're-
numbers.
they're-
Where's the
they're-
numbers? Where does your numbers come to that?
they're shouting from the river to the sea. That's their goal, right? From the river to the sea. That's Palestine. That's all of it. That's Israel included, right? So they're trying to get rid of another people, and Palestine, and Israel we're doing the same for 75 years.
So let's just say that you're right with that exact statement, saying that is truly what that means, and nothing else can't be interpreted in any other way other than just to rid the planet or of whatever of a certain ethnic group. I won't mention the name. YouTube won't like it, right?
Yeah.
That if you honestly believe that is just truly down to that interpretation, then I would still sit here now and say the words are cheap and actions speak louder than words. And from the actions that I see, from the videos that we all see around the world, there's only one person committing genocide right now, and that is not Palestine. That is not Palestine. And anybody that believes it is either fucking insane, a fool, or a liar. That's it.
Yeah.
That's simple. That's simple as that.
Just because the United States said it does not mean to say that it's true.
Okay, well,
Again.
let's look at what's true, right? There's babies at the moment still kept hostage if they're still alive, right? They're still hostage babies. What the fuck? Oh, you know what I mean? You can't say that's okay. Of course it's not.
I don't think it's okay, but at the same time, I don't think that it's right that people are falling out over something which is got really.
Who's falling out? Although
Yeah.
I reckon there probably are people falling out over it, but who's falling out?
I didn't
Everyone's
say on here.
entitled to their opinion.
I
I can
enjoy
sit there with someone that's got the polar opposite, and I'll tell them that I believe they're a genocide supporter. But hey, other than that, away from that conversation, no issue, man. You know, it's like that's somebody's opinion. I have mine.
We're having a
You know?
debate, right? We both like debates.
For sure, you know, it's nothing personal, bro. No, not at all. I don't. Anything
At
you
all.
say that you disagree with, it doesn't make me judge you any differently.
Exactly.
That's
We're
your
going-
opinion, bro.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Bastard. Joking.
Yeah, I'm going to wait till you're not hearing it. Then say it.
Darlene points out its roots are in the Palestinian branch of the Muslim Brotherhood and is supported by a robust, I can't even pronounce that, socio-political structure inside Palestine. Now, in English, that means...
Let me read that. Its roots are in the...
See, don't get me wrong. I'm not up for any of them. I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm not up for Israel, and I'm not up for Palestine. All right. I stated what I think the solution is, right? And it can be. Other than that, it's all going to just go to shit.
Bro,
Even
the
though it's
Palestinian
actually-
people are going to help themselves. Listen, this is only from words I'm hearing on the street from people here, obviously, yeah? But I was speaking to people that, again, have done this a long time, supported this Free Palestine movement for a long time. And to be honest, I asked the question the other day in a video, and I knew the answer I was going to get, but I thought I'd ask it anyway. I mentioned about, I think that a lot of the time people find it hard to give the Palestinians any credit, because if we start looking at how Hamas ended up in power, well, the Palestinian people were actually given a democratic vote, the chance to vote. They all chose to vote Hamas in, knowing exactly what Hamas are. Now, on that side, it doesn't look good, right? Why would you want to go and put a well-known terrorist organization known by many around the world and recognized by many around the world in your thing? But again, I go back to, bro, when clearly you can see right now, no one's going to fucking their defense, are they? There's nobody. There's literally nobody that's firing one shot at Israel apart from Hamas, right?
I think there is on the other border. I think there was some gun play with who was it there on the there was another country who did a bit of attacking.
Okay. The point I'm trying to make, and I'm not saying it makes it right in any stretch of the imagination. I just trying to imagine maybe myself in that situation, which none of us have ever lived, by the way. So none of us actually really can know. We can give an opinion.
Okay, what I would like to know is what Bill Gates's viewpoint is on this. Over to you, Bill.
As I was getting at anyway, while Mellows comes, is no one's fighting from, bro. So it just says something, doesn't it, when the only people they can put in or vote to put in power is a fucking terrorist organization, because they're the only ones that are going to go out there and be their freedom fighter, regardless of the fact that they're going to use them as human shields or not. They already know all of this, but they still are willing to do that because it's some sort of resistance, right? I mean, come on, little Futo. Imagine coming out of your mother's womb and from day one you live in a concentration camp, man. It's exactly a lot of shit up any other way.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I agree with you on all that. I'm against both sides. Not for any one side. I'm against them both. Yeah. I just wish Hamas didn't do that day.
I just think that whoever it is, it doesn't matter who it is, white, black, brown, Muslim, fucking whatever religion you may be, right? Nobody should fucking be being bombed the shit out of like that, civilians, for the sake of so many numbers, bro. And let's be honest, Israel can't even give a proper confirmation on numbers. Like, they can't. Every time I've listened to somebody from their end come out, it's all very vague.
Yeah, but when they come out of the womb, day two, they're throwing stones up into Israel.
Women and children. Anyone that's got any children in this fucking panel, you cannot tell me that if you've seen anything from over there, that's okay. You cannot turn around and say if that was your house or your children or you underneath all that rubble, it would be okay. No, it wouldn't.
Can I just ask something, please? Jenny, we seem to have you already on the panel. Jenny's now disappeared.
Like there's even war crimes on both sides. You know what I mean? Like, for example, Israel, they cut off.
Is that you, Jenny?
And
Thank
water
you. I'm sorry. I was on another phone, and that phone was losing battery, so I had to come onto my other phone.
No, that's fine. Just wanted to double
Yeah,
check.
so
that was
that's
all.
why you lost me for a while. So I'm sorry about that.
I agree
It's okay.
with what
We're in a really deep discussion at the moment, and I agree with what Mountain Girl says, which is woo fucking woo.
Woo woo.
No, you
I
know,
did-
as Michael said here,
put a video in the
the
back,
Palestine people should turn on Hamas and turn them over so this war will stop. Again, I agree with you. Wouldn't it be easy if it was so black and white? I would say that would just be like, of course, that's what they should do. But you're telling me they hand these people over and they're not going to be occupied no more.
Yeah, that's
It's the
not
same
gonna
people
happen.
that said they were only going to bomb the north, but send everyone south down a fucking big fucking free. Yeah, here's a nice little tunnel. Take this route and you'll be fucking nice little safe haven. They all start walking. Go on, someone send a few missiles. The other day, some guy with a flag, white flag up in the air, arms up in the air, waving a white flag. All he wanted to do was ask the IDF if he could cross over that road, right? And see if he could rescue his family. No, man, fucking shoot him dead, man. Shoot him dead. Now, is that not a war crime? In war, if somebody is stood there waving a white flag and you fucking kill them, is that not a war crime?
Well, this is where the problem is
so,
that
yeah.
it's not
I think
actually
it
a
is.
war.
It's an execution. It's a yeah.
Yeah, in a war, there ain't two sides fighting each other, is there? There's one sending a few measly rockets over, a shitty little rocket.
Yeah, but no one's actually declared war.
Yeah.
Grim, I put a video in the private chat. I don't know if you want to watch it. It's only about 6 minutes. Explains how it was actually Israel who helped create and fund Hamas.
Yeah, Bear, do you want to do that for us? If you don't mind. Have you got, mind you saying that, are you on your phone or are you on your computer?
Which link is it, Milau? Top or bottom?
The bottom one, I think, the last one I put in.
You see, the thing is, right, the cold, hard truth is that Israel has one of the best trained armies and equipped armies in the world, right? Sorry, Israel has, right? And that's who the Palestinians are up against. So there is no kicking Israel out anywhere. They ain't going anywhere. It's not going to happen. There's nothing to be achieved from this except suffering and murder. They're not going to win Palestine back. It's just not going to happen. They need to share the country. That's the only thing. They need to share the country and work together. And both sides fucking held accountable. So Israel doesn't take over Palestine. And Palestine doesn't do the same atrocities as what happened on the 7th.
I'm gonna add this in. Bez dropped. I was gonna add this into the stream. Thank you, UK.
The Palestinian militant group Hamas has carried out brutal acts of terror against Israeli civilians, and Israeli and American leaders are always keen to tell us how dangerous and evil Hamas is.
The inhumanity of Hamas.
I have no sympathy for Hamas.
That keep shelling Israel with thousands of rockets and mortar shells.
But what if I told you that Israel helped create Hamas? Officially, Hamas, which is the acronym for an Arabic phrase meaning Islamic Resistance Movement, was founded in 1987 at the start of the first Palestinian Intifada, or uprising against the Israeli occupation. But its roots were planted much earlier. The Hamas founder, Sheikh
Do we need
Ahmed
to
Yassin,
pause
was a
and
half-blind,
discuss
disabled
for copyright?
Palestinian cleric and member
Fair
of
use,
the
I mean.
Muslim Brotherhood. The Brotherhood had been repressed by the Egyptians in Gaza prior to 1967. But once the Israelis invaded and occupied the Strip, they didn't just turn a blind eye to these Islamists, they encouraged them. See, the Israelis, especially right-wing Israelis, wanted to undermine the power of the dominant Palestinian political force at that time, the nationalist PLO, at the heart of which was the secular Fatah party of Yasser Arafat, their bête noire.
غصن الزيتون في يدي وببندقية الثائر في يدي
By empowering Sheikh Yassin and the Muslim Brotherhood, Israeli leaders thought they could divide and rule the occupied Palestinians, play them off against each other, secular nationalists against religious Islamists. So in 1978, when Yassin wanted to officially register his Islamic Association, which was basically the precursor to Hamas, the Israelis were only too keen to help. Yassin built and grew a network of Islamist social institutions across Gaza, including schools and clubs and mosques, and Israel helped fund some of those projects. Most American politicians have no clue about any of this, although the former Republican Congressman Ron Paul once made this point on the floor of the House.
Hamas was encouraged and really started by Israel because they wanted Hamas to counteract Yasser Arafat.
Arafat himself told an Italian newspaper, quote, Hamas is a creature of Israel. He even claimed that former Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin admitted as much to him, calling it a fatal error. Now, you might be wondering, why should I believe mad Ron Paul or the famously shady Yasser Arafat? Well, you don't have to. You can believe top Israeli and US officials who've basically owned up to all this. Brigadier Yitzhak Segev, for example, who was the Israeli military governor in Gaza, and later told a New York Times reporter that he helped finance the Islamic movement. The Israeli government gave me a budget, he said, and the military government gives to the mosques. Colonel David Hakam, who worked in Gaza in the late 1980s as an Arab affairs expert in the Israeli military, has admitted that the original sin was Israeli support for Yassin in the late 70s. But at the time, he has argued, nobody thought about the possible results. Well, Avner Cohen did. Cohen was the Israeli official who was responsible for religious affairs
Just pause it a
for more
second
than
for
2
us.
decades, and who now says, quote,
Right. So, am I getting this right, or am I just getting totally confused? The Americans at the time didn't realize what was going on.
Ron Paul told them. Ron Paul came out and told the whole world. Not just that. This guy here, Avni, whatever his name is, he came out. This guy's like he was like a top dude in the in Israeli intelligence, and he came forward and admitted it. Yeah, we helped create and fund Hamas. We did this because Yasser Arafat and the PLO were getting too powerful, and we needed to create a system to divide and conquer the people. And this is what we've done. We helped create them, we funded their mosques, we recruited their soldiers, we trained them, we gave them all kinds of shit. They did this. Do you really think that Hamas ambushed the Israeli fucking checkpoint? You know, that big huge wall with all those man guards and stuff like that, and they got ambushed. A load of rubbish, man.
I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, this is all Israel. The reason why is because they needed an excuse, right, to finish off the job. They would never live with the Palestinians. The moment that they launched the attack, from that moment onwards, the moment that the war had started, Israel had already issued something like 15 licenses to drill on the shores of Palestine, right, on Gaza. 15 licenses to drill for oil and gas. They don't give a fuck about people there. There's no
Lord's
peace.
saying that now. Look, by the way, don't forget they found the world's biggest gas pocket under Israel and Palestine in 2021-22. That has a lot to do with the war and why it has so many backers.
Do you understand now, people? You understand the war, what we're facing, who we're facing, the real enemy here.
It's the
These
bankers.
illusionary people, the lies that they feed us and they divide us and they plot against us.
Exactly, Mello. Exactly, Mello.
Mm-hmm.
And if I might say something, I'm a woman. I don't really do politics and religion, but I turned 55. I turned 55 a couple of days ago. And since that I was born, I'm hearing about this war. It's like since I was born, I'm hearing the queen is the queen, and the queen is dead. But for me, she's still the queen because she's always been in our head from the time we were born. And most of you on this panel, from the time you were born, you're hearing about this war. And it's a never-ending war. And it's just been fueled and fueled and fueled. And then it's growing bigger. And so many innocent lives have been taken, women and children at the most. And
Right, Jimmy.
I always say, when is it going to stop? When is it going to stop? Who are providing the materials, the guns? And like I
We
said,
are.
I'm not a political person.
We
West.
we are. Our country, our taxpayers
Exactly.
is our tax money is going directly into this. We're funding all of this. through our
Exactly.
tax.
So at the end of the day, if we're paying monies and providing these ammunitions to go and kill innocent people, we should have a deeper conscience to start attacking our government and say it's time to stop. Because if these people
You
do
see,
not
when
get
you use the
gun-
words attacking the government, that's where we get scared. You see, because this is exactly what they want. They want us to resort to violence. We can't afford to do that. We have to
No,
move.
when I say attack, I don't mean attack in a
Civil
violent way.
disobedience. A
Civil disobedience all day long.
A
Rebel
resistance.
against,
A resistance.
resist. All of these, and the rest. I agree with wholeheartedly. You know,
We need to
your
unite
every
because
breath should be in defiance.
But you know,
yeah,
as I say, people, Jenny, this is the problem, right? Because while they're doing this, part of the narrative, right, is making certain individuals to be worse than others and make it look like other people in certain parts of the world are more superior than others. Yeah. When I don't believe in all that, man. I don't believe in all that shit. Yeah, we've got people that are more wealthier yeah. But we're all just
exactly.
human beings, man. And
Yeah,
they do this by design to cause divides within society. Right?
exactly.
Why do we sit here even to this day and still talk about things like racism and with people being homophobic and it's okay, it
Exactly.
exists, but it's put out there all the time. They're the ones that create these labels. It's
Exactly.
all done by design.
Can I just say, when you said like you know, when they switch it, it's just like the BLM, right? What should have been action against police brutality, they switched it and sidestepped and made it about racism.
Yeah.
Divide the people because they
Yeah.
couldn't afford all the people to get on board with police brutality, right? They had to divide everybody, make everybody fucking argue over some shit. It had nothing to do with what really happened, which is police brutality, right? Well, what color skin he was wearing, he had.
Right, so then you have that happen, right? And then not long after that happens, here in the UK, you got things like the football, Premier League football is the most well-known football league in the world, right? So everybody watches that worldwide. And all of a sudden, people are being asked to take the knee and stuff like this. And then there's loads of people that sit there and be like, hang on a minute, there's this group of people over here that think I've got to fucking bow down to them.
Right.
And it's all
Dividing
done
everybody.
just to fire everybody up and make them think that you hate them. They make you think that those over there hate you. And really, that person over there, regardless of where they're from, what they look like, what language they speak, what their beliefs are, they are not your enemy. You have a common enemy together. And that is these people up on the screen right now. These fucking narcissistic, vile, murderous
Anyway,
scumbags.
let's get on with the let's go back to the video. Watch the end of it because we're halfway through it. We're big.
Hamas, to my great regret, is Israel's creation. Yeah, Cohen's words. He actually wrote an official report to his superiors in the mid-1980s, warning them not to play divide and rule in the occupied territories and calling on Israel to, quote, break up this monster before this reality jumps in our face. But no one else on the Israeli side really took the possibility of blowback seriously at that time. They never do they? Hamas has since killed far more Israeli civilians than any secular Palestinian militant group, and its leaders have been pretty viciously anti-Israeli and even anti-Semitic in their rhetoric.
لا مكان لكم بيننا ولا مستقبل لكم بين الأمم إنكم إلى زوال.
Sheikh Yassin would eventually be assassinated by an Israeli airstrike in Gaza.
Sheikh Yassin and its organization, the Hamas, are responsible to the killings of more than 400 Israelis. So the question shouldn't be Why now? I think it should be why not before.
Why not before? Well, because before, Israel was actually nudging and winking at Yassin and co., building them up as a rival to Arafat's Fatah. The die was cast for blowback. Blowback, incidentally, that they decided to double down on when they assassinated Yassin.
You can hear the crowds chanting for Hamas, and any idea that this operation would actually suppress or diminish that organization seems to be ill-judged.
The inconvenient truth is that Hamas is in part a creature of Israel's own making, an enemy that Israel spent more than 20 years helping to build up, and then spent the next 20 years, the past 20 years that is, trying to bomb, besiege, and blockade out of existence. The 3 Gaza wars fought by Israel against Hamas since 2008 killed around 2,000 Palestinian civilians and a dozen Israeli civilians. That's the real human cost of blowback. David Long, a former Middle East expert at the US State Department under Ronald Reagan, told journalist Robert Dreyfus, "I thought the Israelis were playing with fire. I didn't realize they'd end up creating a monster. But I don't think you ought to mess around with potential fanatics. It's a lesson both the Israelis and the Americans never seem to learn, though. And as usual, innocent people, in this case Palestinians and Israelis, continue to lose their lives as a result."
That's it. Yeah.
So there we go. And I agree with the final statement, by the way. It's the collateral damage that the superpowers, quote unquote, cause with anything that they want. And it is currently, I do believe, all about the gas underneath. And who controls that makes the money.
Get a load of this, guys. What I heard there last week.
Thanks for coming in, Mountain Girl. You're always welcome. Also, I want to say hi to we've got Venn Vision Network, local experiments, and Jenny keeps popping in and out. There you go, Jenny.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know. Something is happening with my phone. I was on, then suddenly I was gone, and they're asking me for all of this blah blah blah. So I'm back in. But it's a really sad situation. And if I may say, or if I may ask, when the Americans went after the most wanted man on earth, Bin Laden. Why?
Oh, sorry, Claire.
Sorry.
I'm being facetious.
Well, actually, I'm going to say the world. When the world went after the most wanted man on America because they said he bombed America, he was behind the 9/11. Why weren't we shown that we caught him? And here is his feature, because they showed us on television when they hanged Saddam Hussein, because they said he was the one behind the oils and whatever. I'm not great into politics. I'm repeating myself, but they showed us live, or if not live, but they showed us where he was hanged. So why didn't they show us the body of Bin Laden? Where is Bin Laden today?
Well, apparently in the ocean. But again, that's exactly the same thing as what I was getting at before. We used Bin Laden, right? Who created Bin Laden? I mean, obviously his mother, right? But who created him?
The CIA.
Exactly. Again, we go back to these. You know what I mean? It's like.
Well, him and his family have always been doing business with America, always, friends with the Bushes and everything.
The day of the 9/11,
right.
they flew his whole family out of the United States.
He's that much of a bad guy that these people that will hate him so much, or tell us that we should hate him so much. Like, doing
Oh,
custody deals with him and showing him the ropes and building him up and got him, like you say, CIA and that, man. Come on.
Yeah, they pinned it on him.
But at the same time, they've gone round telling the world that we should all hate them. They're a fucking danger to us all. Well, why doesn't... Back
That's
to
what they're doing
Dubai,
is
man.
they're turning everyone against us. They're not turning everyone against them. They want to turn everyone against us. So we take the flak. So we get the blame for it.
Well, Corner, good to see you. We're just putting the world to rights at the moment. If anybody's interested in free loans, please go and have a word with Bill Gates. He's offering them and he's saying, please apply here.
No, listen, I apologise, but I feel this anyway, but I feel quite passionate about this. And what I feel passionate about more than anything, right? I feel
Please
passionate
don't
about more than anything.
apologise. Please don't apologise for feeling passionate. I'm just trying to keep it with a little bit of humour every now and again. That's all.
I know.
Hey, Bill.
I just care for human
I
life, mate. I
think-
don't care who you are. I think
don't
human life is
know
precious.
exactly. Somebody mentioned the CIA. Yeah, the FBI. Somebody is behind this and what is happening to our world where we can...
It's all part and parcel of the New World Order. Jenny, I do think that your phone is having kittens.
We've got to just take it, Jenny, apparently.
Guys, there's a different take on it as well, right? Where do you hear this, right? And this is not new, right? So the Israeli people, I guess, maybe the other ones, I'm not sure what words I can say, right? But there's prophecy, a sort of a prophecy that the Jewish people will come back into Jerusalem, right, and rebuild the Temple of David, right, King David, right. Now that's in Jerusalem, right. Now there's a Muslim mosque with a gold top, also in Jerusalem. That's apparently, from this theory, is built on top of King David's palace, right?
Wow.
So according to the prophecy, the Jewish people will take over Jerusalem back again, build back up the Temple of David, and that when that happens, it then brings forth a whole load of things to come, ending with a sort of an Armageddon, or if not Armageddon. But that's a prophecy.
Yeah, it's King Solomon.
Yeah.
No, King David for sure. The place is called the Doom of the Rock. Right?
Well,
And,
either way, I mean that's down to what I would put that in a category of religious belief. It's like, this the second coming. Well, I'm sorry, but it didn't do well the first time around. In fact, he had two slices of the apple. Because
Listen, I don't buy into religion. However, I mean, there's nothing to say that whoever was behind something wouldn't want to maybe kind of play it out that way.
Oh yeah.
Play it out to some kind of religious scripture, like, oh shit, it said it in the Bible, it's happening. You're like, oh shit, what coincidence?
There, the thing is, there's two things that guarantee war. Okay, first
Money
one,
and death.
top one is religion. Second one is politics.
Politics. Yeah.
Right.
I disagree. I'm saying money and death.
Guys, sorry if my phone went nuts there. I don't know why it just does that. It doesn't give me messages, and then it gives me all the messages from a couple of days at once, and my phone goes ding, 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 ding.
Is it on an Irish network? Because if it is, I'll explain it.
Sorry, say again?
I said, is it on an Irish network? Because
it is.
If it is, it'll explain a lot of things. Now, you can take that as it is, which is a joke.
Of
or
course.
the snowflakes can fall over and start complaining.
Of course, a joke.
Don't tell me it's provided by Horizon.
Just to cut into King David. David was who struck Goliath, right? And he
but
was
he became
crowned
king.
king. The King Solomon is King Solomon's temple, the third temple. That's the temple of King Solomon. Yeah, Google it.
Because like King David's
King David is the one who was wanted by God to strike down the Goliath, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
was that a prophecy or was that just a story?
No, I'm sure.
It's in the Bible.
You see, as far as that theory went, I'm sure about it because they want to restore King David's palace or his.
It's basically.
And they want to restore all the things that were taken from it by the Romans, which they apparently have.
They call it the third temple. It's actually King Solomon's temple. Solomon's temple, basically. King Solomon's temple.
Well, okay, fair enough.
Outlaw, I'm sorry if I offended you. My apologies, honestly, as if I give a shit anyway. But
Who did you offend? Who did you offend them?
I'm fucking joking over it, man.
Anyway, hey, hang on a second. King Solomon's Temple. No, I think the Raiders of the Lost Ark. Sorry.
Yeah, that's the same story. It's the same story. King Solomon's Mines, King Solomon's Temple. It's the same thing, right? It's the Freemasons, King Solomon's Temple.
Yeah, we're kind of going away like who here on the panel buys into religion? Are you religious, Food Toy?
Oh hell no, hell no.
Jenny, I think just said she's not. I don't think UK is. I mean, you might go to church. I don't know.
I'm not. I went to
religious.
I
went to many churches when I was small. My mom was Catholic. My dad was Anglican. I went to Jehovah's Witness. I went to all kind of churches searching for God. At the end of the day, I find out God is within me. So I stopped looking for God and I find out He's with me because according to the Bible, it says God created us as all humans in His image. So I'm thinking, well, if God created us and He's above us or He's underneath us, then we are all like God. So I eventually found God within myself and I tried to live. I'm not always perfect. I'm not always a saint. I just exactly. So I stopped following religion basically, and I want to get off my Catholic church because I'm paying them tax and they don't help me when I need help. Yeah, basically.
So yeah, I was kind of getting that. So the theory that you're like even putting out there is pointless to even chatting about, bro. Because you don't even buy into it anyway. It's not religious.
Yeah, but what I'm
stick to the facts.
There's a lot of people who do believe that, though, Bear.
Oh yeah, there is. There's a lot of people who
but a lot of people believe that.
Can I just say that I don't believe in religion?
Their prophecy, like.
Yeah, I don't actually believe in religion as the Bible, the books, the scriptures, etc. is, right? I believe in me because I'm here. I don't believe in something I can't see, I can't feel, I can't touch. I wouldn't really want to eat God. That would be cannibalistic from my point of view. Because don't forget, folks, before I was called the Grim Reaper, I was called God.
So why are you going around robbing everybody's soul then, Grim?
No, I don't rob anybody's soul. All I do is transport a soul from one location to another. Read the book. Don't wait for the movie to come out. Not in this case. I've only been around since the Spanish flu.
Yeah.
Or was it the Inquisition? I'm not too sure which.
So sorry, just to be clear, Bear, when I meant that a lot of people do believe that, I mean that is also a motivation for the conflict over the 75 years. Yeah, I meant it in that sense. Not that a lot of people believe it and your opinion doesn't matter. That's not what I meant. Like.
No, I understand where you're coming from there, Flutoy. But the thing is, there are lots of people all over the world who believe from that point, that point of view. And you know what? Whether you're religious or you're non-religious, there's such a waste of human life going on, all in the name of money. And I don't care whether it's going to Palestine or Israel. It's all done in for the same reason, right? It's being backed by the West and by the East. This war, if you call it a war. I mean, Palestine, technically speaking, isn't a country. So therefore, how can Israel, that is a country, wage war on a plot of land that isn't even legally a country?
Did they declare war, or did they just try to take it over slowly, bit by bit?
Well, I think it's more like a conflict, a bit like Thatcher in the Falklands.
Yeah.
It's there must be some sort of election going on, and people are trying to get behind one prime minister stroke elect to be, and one president elect to be, and of course Putin. But I don't even think there is anything to do directly, and Bear will shoot me down on this one. I know he will. But it has nothing to do with me personally. I'm not involved in it. I've been personally speaking, I think they should be left to their own resources and no one should get involved. It wouldn't last long. There'd be a little skirmish in the world, but the West like the idea of putting money into it and throwing the occasional arms over there, etc., or financing it. And this is where I have a problem with governments. At the end of the day, if the governments were more concentrated on what's happening in their own country rather than looking abroad and throwing money away, you might not have so many homeless people around. You might have decent care for veterans, etc. You don't have that. So look inwards before you start looking outwards. Hello, Westside Accountability. Thank you for dropping in. Most appreciated.
Hello, Westside.
I don't know whether anyone else would agree or disagree. That's just my own personal point of view.
I'm just going to pop out and take this dog out. I'll be back in a sec. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks, Bill.
Why is Windows 11 so big, Bill?
Because he's got a head to go with it.
Like my second PC, my old PC is like, it's not good enough to take Windows 11.
It probably hasn't got a processor big enough.
Yeah.
Michael believes in a higher power, but not priests. Right, okay. Priests that touch the little boys. Well, I would agree. Anybody, never mind priests. Yeah.
Here's something to think about, right? That I saw in a video one time. Pretty awesome. Is the guy said, if you picture all of human knowledge, right, all of it, every bit of human knowledge, right, as part of a pie chart, how much would that slice be, do you think? If the entire pie is all the universe, all the knowledge in the whole universe, all of it, every bit of knowledge in the whole universe, how much of that pie are humans aware of? Would you say 5%? Would you say 1%?
Oh, you mean how much of the pie is used if it was a brain of knowledge?
No. The pie is all the knowledge in the universe. The knowledge about everything in the universe. How much of that knowledge do humans know?
I don't think it would register.
Probably you're thinking not point, not one, not one, something like that.
Yeah, ridiculously.
Funny enough, some people say like 25%, 30%. Right. So so that's how much we don't know, Grim. Right. So look at the rest of the pie. That's how much we don't know.
Yeah.
The rest of the pie.
I agree. We don't know the pie. The only reason why we know it's a pie is because we know how to work out the circumference.
Right. So most of the knowledge in the universe we haven't even got a clue about. We don't even know.
We've not scratched the surface.
And you know what I mean? So We can
But
believe
we are
stuff.
learning. But we are learning. Sorry to
Sure we
interrupt,
are.
but we are learning.
Sure we are, yeah.
We're not learning by our own mistakes, though, because we're still repeating the same mistakes. Therefore, by definition, we're not learning.
Well, I think we physically evolved, right? Pretty much completely. We'll still evolve a bit more physically, but now I think we're starting to evolve the mental and the social, right?
Yeah,
That's why. That's why.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'll put it this way. Right. If everybody would probably say that war is unacceptable, right? However, you look at how many times humans have created a war to further humanity, shall we say, for want of a better expression, right? And how many times we repeat that, because all we seem to do is to rinse and repeat. We don't go any further forward. We don't accept that war is wrong. And until, as a human race, we accept that, we cannot go to the next level, mentally or physically. We can't get any more of that pie because we're not capable of seeing the bigger picture.
We can't be fully evolved if we're only starting that evolutionary part. You know what I mean?
We've only been around how many thousands of years?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
In the creation of the universe, it's like a spit.
And I think before we actually do learn, I think there'll be another bloody ice age, and we'll start all over again.
Yeah, but the thing is, right? You're saying we're at war, right? That's because a small majority of people, I think, want the war. Like, there's a large majority of people who don't want war. Right? Who wants war? Like, I want to live comfortably and have the things I need to have a good life. I don't want war. Do you want war? Right. So I bet you
we're controlled by the people who do.
Yeah, but I bet you everybody on this panel doesn't want war. So that's 6 out of 6 people who don't want war. So I reckon the majority of people don't want war. It's a certain type of person is drawn to politics and power, right? And those type of people want money, and war equals money and power and
yeah, I agree, and I agree with everything which is being said in the chat, that war equals money, right? And the rich get richer off it, etc. The governments get richer in the set, not necessarily financially, but look at the Falklands conflict and the fact that was so well timed by Margaret Thatcher. She got another term in office as a result, because people jumped onto the bandwagon of patriotism, right? In America, nothing against the Americans, they're very, very patriotic towards America and the flag, etc. And they will stand united and they will fight to the death to protect what they believe in, right? Fantastic, right? If America was to turn around and declare war on Russia, for argument's sake, you'll get loads of people who go, yeah, I'm all for that. Yet us, as a little country, a little island, we put out that we're thinking of forced conscription for teenagers. When they leave school, they go into the army. They do 3, 4 years, 5 years, or whatever. Why? Because the rumor is that we're going to declare war on Russia. But we don't want war.
Right.
We was on about this the other day, and we were saying, like, how many of these so-called country leaders would be so willing in declaring conflicts if they had to send their sons, daughters, loved ones into the front line?
Well, they wouldn't. Unfortunately, it never happened, but I think they should. You know, and I don't think that the generals should sit in top of the mountain looking down either. They should get their hands dirty.
Maybe if we get the presidents and prime ministers, that there's no more war, but they fight it out amongst themselves in a gladiator type arena.
Or they go on gladiators.
In all fairness, my money's on Putin. To be fair,
For a start, look who we'd be sending in there. We've already lost.
what about us, the Irish? Oh Jesus!
No comment.
We've one that looks like Mr. Burns and acts like him too.
The reason why I don't want, I just don't think it'd be right that you should send leprechauns in. I've been doing look after the box of gold.
Yeah, to be better at dodging the bullets because they're a smaller target. You see.
Oh, geez, I don't know. We're getting bad, aren't we? Just an hour and a half in, ladies and gentlemen, and all the bad jokes are coming out. We can't help it. Yeah, Biden would fall asleep. No, it actually he just tripped. Full stop.
Bear's gone. Does photo mention pie?
Oh, Bear's in the fridge again. Yeah, I've shown this before. If I can find it again, I will play it again. Here we go. What?
So short. At the end of the day, the way I look at it, it's all about greed. It's all about wanting to get something from another country, wanting to earn more, wanting to. I think the government is behind this all, and they sit at their homes while they send out young men and women to fight a country to gain something from that country because they want to.
Jenny,
they want to
it's
earn.
It's not a single government. It's all governments.
Exactly.
It is every single government that gets involved. But you know what? Some of these smaller nations and just don't bother. That's all. You know, at the end of the day, because they've got better things to think of. You know, like Bear's thinking about
Yeah.
Sorry, Bear. Couldn't resist it.
Sad. It's really sad. And like Mello said earlier today, they're trying to divide us as a human race because we're fueled with this. How can I put it into words? We are fueled with this notion that another country is against us, and so we have to go and fight them, and we have to take over the land and stuff like that. And so at the end of the day, we, the innocent people, are going out there to kill innocent people for nothing. At the end of the day, for
I
nothing.
agree. Well, it's to keep the rich richer. Michael, I do actually sort of like take exception because we shouldn't really pick on Biden, just Biden. We should also point out that Trump is exactly the same. If he gets into office, which I actually think is a foregone conclusion, unfortunately.
Man, big up Biden, you know. Big up, not Biden, Trump. Fuck Biden.
Will you let me finish
Big
what
up
I'm
Trump,
saying?
man.
Oi, zip it. The adults are talking. Right. As I was trying to say before I was rudely interrupted, right? Yeah, he was definitely butthurt. Trump will be the oldest president if he wins this year. Because he wants to go one better than Biden. And Trump was no oil painting. He forgot his lines. He tripped over things that weren't there. I honestly think that anybody over the age of 50, and I can say this because I'm older than 50, right, shouldn't have that much power. Because they've probably forgotten where they put the key to press the red button, to lift the lid up, to flap up.
Yeah.
I think that it's presidents, prime ministers, once you hit 50, forget it. Stand down, let the younger generation get in. Let's face it, you can't fuck it up any more than the old farts have done so far.
I think I could have got behind Trump a bit, right? Until I heard things like, you know what I mean? He got people to paint his building and then not paid him because they couldn't fight him in court. They wouldn't have the funds to go up against him. And he was doing that sort of thing, apparently. And grabbing women by the private parts, that was probably it for me. It was like, that's no president. That's no president that does that. You know what I mean?
I don't know. What's his face? Did that? What's his name? Clinton?
Yeah. Well, that was an affair, though, wasn't it?
Allegedly. Well, apparently there's no stains on him.
Yeah,
And,
but again,
and also employing. Sorry, Jenny. Employing people who have connections to the Ku Klux Klan. Was that true? Mello should know that.
Yeah, but the thing is, what's happened with Trump is that
when you have
since he
power,
lost
that
the
gives
election,
that gives you the. And
go on, Jenny. Oh, she's dropped again. What they did with Trump was that they threw as
no,
much.
I'm here. I'm still here.
Oh, sorry. All right. They threw as much as they could at him, hoping something would stick. And this is why he's called the Teflon president.
His
Because
resilience is fucking amazing, man. You got to give him that, if nothing else. I mean, the front on him. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. I'm not taking anything away from him. I mean, I remember Trump in the days when he was star of the wrestling. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
when
he was in WWF, wasn't he?
Yeah, it's the only time that I ever heard of him. And I keep thinking back to that period.
Who's the person then? If not, if you could, who's the person right now that can do a better job than fucking Donald Trump right now? There's not really much on offer, is there?
That's because of the way that the presidential elections are fought. Because you have to be nominated and get the backing of your party. And I don't think he's actually said one way or the other whether he's going to stand. He's insinuated, but he hasn't signed on the dotted line yet. As far as I'm aware, I could be wrong. Jenny, you were saying something earlier.
yeah, I was just saying the same. It's all about power. It's who has the most money and like the other person was saying, who can they debate now or put in power other than Trump? And it's like getting an apartment. You don't get an apartment easier in today's living if you don't know somebody. And it's the same, I think, in politics. It all boils down to who
not what you know, it's who you know.
Right, and that's how it goes. Yeah,
I do want to clarify one thing. The excuse which was used in the past, where dead people were allowed to vote, I've actually locked that up properly now. So no dead people will be escaping from any of the votes.
We've had that in my
this
country.
time around.
We've had that in my country.
Thank you.
Had that in my
So any allegations of dead people voting this time around, they are just allegations. They're all locked away.
Take a look at Outlaw King's comment there.
Which one's that? Outlaws.
Yeah. Biden used to shower with his daughter.
Allegedly. This is something which is apparently come to light during the trials and tribulations which have been going on. But again, it's all about throwing as much crap at somebody and hoping something sticks. And this is what politics is falling into.
But he is a bit creepy, that Biden, though, is he not?
I'm not saying he isn't.
There's pictures of him sniffing young girls' hair and all that.
Well, fake Mike Real News challenged Biden
That's
when
right.
he was first running for presidency, I think.
That's right.
And he refused to answer any questions, so much so that fake Mike was reshuffled outside by the powers that be, like the FBI. But questions have been asked, and you'll never get a straight answer from any politician. And you know that they're telling a lie because they're opening the gob.
I don't think he'd mind if you play it. I'm not sure.
I would have to dig it out. And to be honest, I'm too tired to start searching around for stuff at the moment. I'm hoping BBA is just going to carry on, and while I drift off and go to sleep. It's been a long day. And a very, very tiring day running around. As I say, I wasn't planning on being on very long tonight at all. Just want to bring you all up to date with a few things. One of the reasons why there wasn't a show on Friday was this ongoing personal issues. The missus got taken her to and from the hospital. And by the time I got back, I was just far too tired. We're supposed to be going away this weekend coming, but I can't. It may not happen because if the bacteria infection she's got doesn't clear up, then I'm not prepared to drive all that way for not feeling too good in the car. So there might be a show Friday night, there might not be, but watch this space. And then of course,
Grim.
coming up, trip of a lifetime. If the US is ready for the Grim Reaper, I'm certainly not ready for the US, but I'm going anyway just to have some fun. That's in March, and I will be doing some lives direct from the US, where I hope to be questioning one or two stormtroopers around their knowledge of the right of a tourist to video them while they're performing their duties.
Ooh, an overseas audit. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm not an auditor. I am a presenter, but I'm going to have a laugh. And I'm hoping that my friend Wandering Hippie is feeling up to going out and doing a few surprise things, shall we say. But yeah, I am looking forward to it. I'm not looking forward to driving on the wrong side of the road. But
definitely not.
At least I won't have any head-on collisions because they'll all be going in the same direction theoretically.
Well, you know what? At least if you're driving on the wrong side of the road, you'll hear, "Hey, I'm walking over here."
And I'm just driving into you over here.
Listen, if you do that audit, will you do me a favor? Please wear a neck brace.
A neck brace?
So they don't kneel on your neck.
Oh no! Listen. I'll be wearing the new designed jackets, etc. So when they turn around to say, "Where are you from?" I'll go, "I work with a network."
Say that again. Say again.
When they turn around to me saying, "Who is it you work for?" When I turn around and say I'm the press, right?
Yeah.
I could just point out to what's on me back. I'm part and parcel of the network, and we've just expanded into the US.
Very good.
By the way, my name's Reaper Grim.
The Grim
What's
Reaper.
your name? Twat. Because over there, I'll be allowed to swear at coppers.
That's right. That's right. You might get away
Unless
with
they
it.
want to get
I
me
mean,
on being disorderly.
well, yeah, they some of them do. I mean, they say
Yeah.
you can get away with the crime, but not the ride. What is it? You
If you
away
can't
with
do the crime, don't do the. If you can't do the time, don't do the crime.
No,
What
they say
crime?
you can beat the charge, but you can't beat the ride. So they can arrest you, but you can later the charges can be dropped.
Well, dear, what's an international incident? And that's down to them. Yeah. I could turn around and say I always thought that the Anglo-American relationship was really good. Yeah.
Or you can say,
Hello there, New York Tyrant Hunter. How you doing? Auditing in America, wearing is Jerry what? Jerry Alleyway Union Jack.
And I can't wait to see them. They're going to bust you up, man.
Hey,
they're going to twist you up, handcuff you.
Hang on a second. Outlaw, Bear's not going to America. He'd be
Beat
the
you
only
up a
one
bit.
wearing the dress.
And send you on your merry way.
Oh, you're such a joyful guy.
Well, come on. We want content, mate. You know what I mean? Like, we want built-in content. And you getting a belt-in seems like that'd be quite good.
I don't do belts for clicks and views.
As Big G would say if he was there, getting banjoed.
Listen, there's one thing which I have figured out already. I could probably get away with quite a lot because they don't understand sarcasm.
Just
they don't understand much else either, but that's the point.
If you're getting arrested, start screaming, I'm just the first. King Charles will be King of America again.
I'm
voting for Futoy as Prime Minister anyway. Futoy, get ready, mate. I reckon we should all vote for you, buddy.
A realist.
Put your name in the hat and we'll all fucking vote for you.
Yeah, just do us a favour. Don't stand with the leprechauns, please. We wouldn't be able to see you.
Well, there's a major issue.
We all get free potatoes.
There's a major issue. Right. So the EU, right, are really pushing the Geneva Convention on immigrants. That's why this is all happening all over Europe, right? It's basically because of the EU, right? They're pushing that agenda from the it slipped my mind. Yeah, well, from before that, from 1960 something or other, that was in the Geneva Convention about refugees, right? But the EU are pushing that, and the EU made a deal with England that when you leave, when you Brexit, you can Brexit, but you still have to do this, and that's taking the immigrants.
Yes.
So as whoever is in power, they can't make it go away, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're damned if they do and they're damned if they don't. Darlene, I understand you wish you saying prayers for King Charles III and the revelation that he's been diagnosed for cancer. They haven't said where the cancer is. It is presumed close to or in the proximity of the prostate, because that's where he was being treated for recently. If it was cancer in the brain, it'd be very small and minute and probably benign as well, because I don't think he's got a brain. Yeah, I mean, I hope he makes a full recovery, same as I would with anybody else, all joking apart. You know,
have they changed the money over? Because it sounds like they're going to have to do it again.
No, apparently there are some coins with his head on, but the collector's items.
Big update.
So they're not going to change the money then?
Well, it was never planned, was it, really?
I thought that's what they had to do.
No, they've got so many years to do it in. Do you think he's going to last?
Yeah, that was my point. Yeah, They just
Yeah.
have to redo it all.
I
again.
didn't. I thought it was the Royal Mint had up to like 5 years to change the money over, but it's that long ago since they did. They ended up having to recall and outlaw the Queen's father's. Was it George? Back in sometime in the 60s, I think they recalled it. No, when he went decimalisation, that's when he did it. Yeah. Either way, that's something that's nothing to do with me, and we'll all be digitised before too long anyway.
We're almost there, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
Well, what do you mean digitized? Like Elon Musk's chip in the brain?
No. There'll be no such thing as cash.
Yeah.
How is that going to work for people like me? Like, wow, if I ain't got a brain to put a chip on or in, like, where does mine go? My ass or what?
Actually, it's something which I thought was quite funny, and I'm going to nick it. Most people's asses would be jealous of when you start talking because of the amount of shit that comes out of it.
I like it.
But I borrowed that and amended it slightly so it's no copyright. No, seriously, I don't think that this chip will work because I don't think Tesco will like it every time somebody goes through and it goes beep, beep. It's bad enough when I take a dog through. You know, because all dogs have to be chipped these days.
Can we all just fucking pray for Aid the Baseman, man? He's actually just caught the worst known flu to man, right?
Flu.
And any man knows that man flu is the absolute worst.
Oh, yeah.
So,
well, it is.
Aid the Baseman, I feel your pain, bro.
It is, but it is because they can't do anything when you got man flu. Oh, hang on a second. That's 99.9% of the time. Just saying.
Talking
Anyway,
about
I'm going. You can remain by all means. You know the score. I'm buggering off. I'm going to get some sleep. I shall see you again very, very soon. I think I brought you up to date with everything for the time being.
How do I? Can I?
Have a good one, Grim. Have a good rest, mate.
What were you going to say, Bear? There. You said something, I think. You said, how do I... that was it. You got a good little panel going, right? You've got people in the chat. You've got Bill Gates there offering free loans. What more could you ask for on a Friday? Is it Monday night? You even get days wrong.
Before you go, Grim, we were talking about dogs. The dog inspector came up to me the other day, and he says, "Can I see your license?" I says, "For what?" He says, "For your dog." I said, "No, he identifies as a cat."
Back in the day, I would have said that with regarding my ex-wife. Well, you want to see me a marriage license? All right. I could get told off for that one these days. But have you ever gone to a supermarket and the checkout person has turned around and said, "Would you like some bags, sir?" And you look at them with a straight face, and then you just look at the wife and you go, "Why do I need any more?" And on that note, I'm going to go. I don't know where Bear's gone. He seems to have disappeared. I do hope he comes back in. I'll bet hang on just in case he doesn't. Because
I have a similar one, Grim. When the guy asked me, "Would you like a bag for life?" And I said, "Yes, I'm not married."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What do you mean it's reusable?
Is that back or what?
Anyway, guys, I have to say good night because I've got to be up early in the morning at 5
Big up,
Ah.
to
Jenny.
go to work.
Oh, no,
So
that
it was
feeling.
so,
I'll be awake in a few hours. But thanks for coming up, Jenny.
sorry.
Thank you for coming up.
Oh, pleasure. Because you
Thanks for
mentioned it
coming
on
to the
another
show.
channel, and I thought I would really pop in and just support you and say hi and thank you for having me on the panel.
Just
And
it-
I want to wish your missus
Just
a
do us a
good
favour. Will you sort,
recovery and
Jenny, just do us all a favour. Sort
of
out your
course I'm sub. I'm sub to you. Of course.
no,
long time.
sort out your Australian film because you keep coming back like a boomerang. Dropping out.
Oh,
coming back.
it's my phone. I'm on the phone, so I don't know what
Yes,
was going
Australian.
on.
I can say that
Calling
because there's
out
no
and coming
Australians
back
here.
in. Oh, okay. That was all.
Good night.
Oh well.
Good night, mate.
Anyway, I want to wish you guys a pleasant evening, and thank you
Thank
for having
you.
me.
Love, Jenny.
Thank you, Jenny.
Much love
The
and
pleasure
love
was
to the
all
people
theirs.
in the chats, and I'll be back. I'll be back. So
Oh,
you guys
now
have a
she's
great
threatening us,
time.
folks.
Jenny.
No show
I'll be
no,
back.
no show next week, folks. Watch this space. I'll put something out. But Bear's going to be doing some lives. So
Okay.
I've actually
I
just,
oh,
if
I'm
it's
not
worked, I
I'm
don't
not
know if it
sub to
has, but
him.
I've just added my channel to the stream. I don't know if it's worked.
yes, it's I can see it. I can see it. You can always do a live on here, Bear, as long as you stay within terms of service. I'm
Okay.
not monetized, so
I have to sub to him. I have to sub to him. I'm not subbed. I promised to do that the last time and I
Who's
didn't.
that?
I'm so sorry.
You have to
So
go
Bear.
sub
sorry.
right now, please.
you have to
Jenny,
go and
don't
sub
sub to
to
that
What?
BB-8. He's all right, idiot.
Can somebody send
In fact, if you like
send it in the
laughing at fat men, I mean, it's probably the best channel in the world to sub to be fair.
Okay.
Sure.
Can
Oh,
somebody
somebody
send
give you-
his link in the channel?
You want the link? You want somebody to send you a link?
Bear,
Does
put
Bear
your
Britton
link
on
in
his
the chat,
Twitter
will you?
Please
Does Bear Britton
send
on
the
his
link
Twitter
so
work?
I could because I promised to do it and I did not.
I'm sure one of the mods can do it. I'll have to come out of here to do it.
Oh, great. The intelligent one.
Otherwise, I'll find him. I'll find him.
Simon
no, it's
Baldwin.
fine.
Well, this is
I'll
boring.
find him.
Simon, that's why we've been waiting for you, man. We've been waiting for you, Simon, all evening. Where you been?
Yeah,
Where
There you
have
go.
you been all
You
night?
got transparency's put it there.
we're your opening act. Come on up, Simon.
I don't know where you've been, man. Been waiting for you.
Simon,
Okay, I'm sub.
have you just
Good
joined
night,
Bear's channel?
everybody.
Good night, Jenny.
Thank you. Bye. Love
Love,
you
Jenny.
guys.
Bye.
Take care.
Love,
Peace and
Jenny.
love. Bye
Take
bye.
care, girl.
Thank you so much. Bye bye. Take care. Bye. Thank you.
Simon Baldwin, are you part of Bear's crew? I just don't recognize the name.
You wanna be in my gang, my gang, my gang. Wanna be
No,
in my
I've
gang.
seen your
Oh yeah.
I'm in the Tesco gang. The Tesco gang. They give me a little card, and they give me stuff for cheaper because I'm in their gang. Tesco's for life, baby.
Tesco's for life. Oh shit. Is Mello still with us, or has he fell asleep? Is he still breathing? Can we do a welfare check on Bill Gates? Welfare check on Bill Gates.
He's walking his dog.
Cough if you're alive. Oh, he's walking the dog.
Yeah.
Okay, Flutoid bags for life. On that note,
Mr. Chips, part of a crew. It's YouTube. Anyone can watch.
Hey.
I think you missed half of it. Don't worry, Mr. Chips.
Mr. Chips, always a pleasure, never a chore. Thank you for turning up.
Don't forget, we're going to war with the Aldi massive.
The Aldi
Right.
massive, man.
Oh, big up the little. See you later, guys. Bye.
Have a good night, group.
I reckon only the little people go to Lidl. Mr. Right. Mr. Right. Why do I call yourself Mr. Right? Is it because you're always right? We need a Mr.
Boring.
Wrong. Actually,
Wouldn't
we've got enough Mr. Wrongs. Don't need any more.
Yeah. Too many Mr. Robbins.
It's a chore listening to Grim. That's not very nice, Mr. Chips. That's not very nice. I mean, why don't you come say hello, Mr. Chips?
I get a really good vibe from Grim. Always have.
Grim.
Yeah.
He's a good guy, Grim.
Yeah.
Anyone who says any different is a liar.
Yep.
I'm only joking. Everyone's allowed their opinion. I'm only joking. It bugs the trolls. Mr. Right. It bugs the trolls. I like that look. People in the chat showing resistance against the trolls.
That's it. Unite.
You know what I mean? UK, are you still there? Welfare check, welfare check.
Yeah, I'm still here.
I'm still here.
You've lost a bit of weight, UK. And a few teeth.
It's because I'm standing next to Bear.
He's a dick, isn't he? He's a dick. That's not very nice, man. Oh, God, it's trouble. Mr. Charlie Brown, good evening. Good to see you, sir. Hope you're well. Always a pleasure. Never a chore. A chore if you're Mr. Chips and you're listening to Grim, apparently. But hey, ho. What do you know? So what do you know anyway, Futoy? What's going on in the world of Ireland? Any news we should know about it in Ireland?
Well,
anything, please. Anything.
Well, there's protests and riots and outside immigrant places, but the people in each town are going at each other, right, over it. So you have the pro and you have the con. You know, the pro and the against.
The pro and the against for what? If you don't mind me asking.
Immigrants. You know, the hotels.
Yeah. Causes divide, right?
Yeah, big time over here, and people really go at each other over it. You know,
it's right though.
I think it's probably the same in England, is it?
Yeah, but it's right, isn't it? Do you not think people have a right to be annoyed?
I do. Yeah, I do. But I also feel for the immigrants, though. You know
you
what
do?
I mean? I do. Yeah.
Why would you? Why would you feel for them? If you don't
Because
mind
they're just humans at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like, what situation are they coming from? I'm sure there's a load of fucking ones that are just coming because the streets are paved with gold in their minds. I'm sure that. But there's also ones who are the real deal. Like, they're not all the you know what I mean, false. But there's issues. The countries can't look after their own, or won't look after their own.
I see both sides of it. I don't agree with it at all. I don't agree with any of the illegal immigration, to be honest. In fact, I may lean a little bit more to the fact that if somebody's actually seeking asylum, right, then that might be slightly different.
Yeah,
but I don't believe actually all of these people are. And as I've stated many a times before, predominantly a lot of people coming over in the last few years at least have been Albanians.
Right.
Now, as far as I'm aware, Albania is not a war-torn country. Yes, it might be a country with massive corruption and gangs and the police are just as fucking bad, but it's not a war-torn country.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Definitely agree with that.
Do you know what I mean? And then
yeah.
when you look at some of the figures and some of the things that are going on again in recent years, some of those, let's say, people running the criminal underground world, yeah, those Albanians are right up there, man. They're right amongst the mix now.
Yeah.
Since we've had that massive influx, right?
Yeah.
That's why I said I think I can't remember who was saying it before. It might have been
Yeah,
Reverend Simon Sideways that said it, and he was right, and I've said it myself, quoted it, is that, when we talk about migration, yeah, we need migrants and stuff like that, but we've already gone around over the years, mate, and picked all the best people from these countries. Best doctors, best scientists, best this, best that, right?
Yeah,
now, all what are coming over now, let's be honest, are just the degenerates of fucking the third world. And that's like what potentially you're bringing to this country and our society is that third world mentality. Something, by the way, that a lot of us, our British values, our British morals, wouldn't have a fucking clue about half the stuff that some of these people would probably be willing to do that you wouldn't. Do you know what I mean? You'd struggle to fucking do some of the things that to them, they've grown up around violence and seen some of the worst stuff. So,
Marie, that's in fact what I meant. That our governments, I don't know if they can't, but they won't look after our own. You know what I mean? Crazy housing shortage, people living on the streets. But that's also the thing. Our governments aren't good at mental health, and our own people need a good mental health service. But these people coming in from these countries, I'm not talking about Albania because I totally agree with you on Albania, but from the other countries, a lot of them need psychiatric help, like big time. You know what I mean? That's why they're doing all these crazy things. Yeah.
BBA, could that gift get you into trouble with gun against head? I would be very surprised, to be honest. It's a gift, isn't it?
What is happening in UK Tyrants?
Shit.
That's borderline poor Bob.
MPs could get bodyguards in a bit. It's a bit of humour, mate. Nothing more than, no violence, no blood, no gore. Just piss take humour, mate. Sure, there's far worse on YouTube than. Don't worry. Don't worry. Be happy.
There was a comedian I was watching there, and he says Rishi's wife could, with her credit card, could get us out of financial debt.
MPs could get bodyguards in a bid to beef up security, Rishi tells. I need to go watch that. I have seen that there has been an interview, and there's also been an interview over on Rumble. We all know, or I imagine most people know, Tucker Carlson is, right?
I don't know who Tucker Carlson is.
Okay, well, he's like a big fucking, or was fucking, US journalist.
Okay.
I'm sure he was on like Fox News and that. One of like the main faces for Fox News. Could be wrong. Faint Mike's here now, so he'll be able to fucking elaborate better than myself. But
hello, Bill Mike. Why don't people call him Bill more? You know.
But yeah, I want to go watch that. But it's with Vladimir Putin.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah,
with Vladimir, you're doing an interview with Vladimir Putin over on Rumble. That's probably already been now, actually.
It'll stay up, though, won't it?
Yeah. That'll be about, once that's up, mate, that'll be all over the place. All over the gilly gap. So I put the link out for Will.
You know what it's going to be, though, Bear, right? It's just going to be Putin going, yeah, well, they're Nazis, and I'm right, and the Ukrainians want to be under Russian rule, and it's just a whole lot of propaganda of what he believes.
There's a lot of that floating around, isn't there? Propaganda.
Oh, yeah. The world is running propaganda.
Swing, man. That's the fourth swing. Yeah. There's no end of that shit.
Yeah.
In the wind of that shit, man. Yes, my G. Yes, Will, what's going on, buddy?
How's it going, Bill?
How you doing?
Welcome.
If
Welcome,
Putin
welcome.
rides in topless on a horse carrying 2 Kalashnikovs, he's got my vote.
Oh, Cop Watcher, man. I was asking about you the other weekend, bro. I was asking about you, and I got told that your health hadn't been too good or something, so I hope everything's all right. And you're on the mend. Good to see you. Hope everything's good, bro. Feel free to
And I'm back.
Oh,
Welcome back.
okay. Now, has the dog finished walking you yet? Let's take dog out.
I did. I thought I might as well get some food as well while I'm out.
Well, it's stuff in his face now. He's happy.
We should get you a little saddle. And you can ride up to the shop.
You should- my boy there, he was huge, man. He's such a big dog, man. I could have sat on his back and he would have took me for a ride.
Pause.
The other day, a guy was coming towards me in the footpath and he had a Great Dane. And I said to him, "Excuse me, are you allowed to walk a horse down the road like that?"
So that's actually, I was wondering about that. I was also wondering if you're also extremely not funny outside of the internet too, and I'm glad you clarified that.
Oh, I nearly get hit when I'm out. Honest to God, because I keep saying to people, I let people go in front of me, and I always say, "Age before beauty." I'm sure somebody's going to turn around and give me a hit one day. It's not. But a lot of women smile. They don't get it at first. Sure, they get it later.
I see you. Yeah, big up. Well, sorry, Cop. Big up, mate. Hope you're on the mend, bro.
Get back on the panel.
I didn't notice. Yo, Nicholas, I ain't doing this. Get your ass on the panel, bro.
Nick, you gonna come on the panel?
Get your ass on the panel. We're gonna hang up on you.
Nick's over there playing tiddlywinks.
Stop playing tiddlywinks with your tiddlywink.
StreamYard links in the chat, bro.
Yeah, shit. That was Will's fault. That was all Will's fault.
Okay, my bad, guys. Nothing personal. Guys, if you're just joining, like, share, and subscribe to everybody up on this panel. Show Grim some love. Go over, check out.
Do not subscribe to me. Do you hear me, guys? Don't you dare.
Yeah, everyone go sub to Futai.
Don't you dare sub to me.
Every
No,
single one, yeah.
I'm planning on you. I
One
have
of
a
the
certain-
moderators put his link in the chat.
Sorry,
Do not.
wait, we're
I have
not.
a certain level of person that can be subscribed to me.
I forgot. We're not allowed to promote other YouTube channels. Sorry.
That's true. Is that? Oh no, I mean I heard that. Is that true?
Well, if you're monetized, bro. I mean,
great.
listen, don't. In fact, actually, no, I'm not even going to sit here and say anything, man. Go look for yourself. You know what I mean?
Who's got an extra 30
Learn
years?
the motherfucking hard way.
Exactly. Who's got an extra 30 years to read those terms of service? You know.
Oh yeah, yeah. I had an argument with a service woman. Oh no, the complaints woman in one of the banks here, and I ended up saying to her, she goes, "It's in the terms and conditions." I said, "Nobody reads that." And she goes, "No, but you should read it." I said, "You're brainwashed. You are brainwashed if you think people read terms and services of companies. That's bullshit."
I'm gonna download this. Okay.
I'm not brainwashed. I'm not brainwashed. You are brainwashed.
I'm not brainwashed.
Oh, I don't think he's here either. But I would just like to, whether he's there or not, I'm going to mention it. I'll mention it when he is here as well. PK Audits is officially like the most recognised UK channel in the American rankings. He sat up there with some. He sat with some big names, right?
Really? Wow.
Hello, it's me you're looking for. I can see it in your eyes. Yes, exposing the auditors. Pick up yourself, girl.
What do you expose about? What you got to expose about me there?
Who's that?
Exposing the auditors. I want to know what they're going to expose about me. I don't even know yet. I'm excited. I'm enthralled.
Exposing the orders. Go look at her channel, bro. She's a good content creator, to be fair. I like it. No, seriously, good channel, man. I ain't even
I don't
joking.
like the premise. The name kind of tells me all. La la la, bloody auditors. La 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 la.
See, why does everyone? You know what? It's so. I don't understand why everyone gets like this. Like they see a name like that, and it's like all of a sudden the hackles are up. They're fucking, you know, ready to go to war. Like,
Look at the name,
Listen.
exposing the auditors. Like,
you see this girl here? She's fucking sound as a pound, mate.
she might be sound as a pound. She might make good content, but the name exposing the audits just tells me it's just thing about auditors.
What makes
Why? How can that be interesting to me? You know.
such a solid? What makes you such a cool dude? What about her is cool?
What about that's cool?
Yeah.
She's got good humor, very good humor. She makes good videos. Yeah, she's a good content creator, man. Go look at her stuff and the things she does. She's clearly a film buff or something. She knows her films and things like that, right? And I've got a nice ass, apparently, she says.
Oh, so
I mean, so you know,
You know
apparently,
what- You know what your missus hearing that?
I didn't say it. She did. I'm just reading it out. If she's got a nice ass, she's allowed to say that, right? I mean, would never sit here and tell somebody, no, don't tell yourself you got a nice ass. I mean,
I would. There's certain people who have a nice ass and they'd be lying about it on the internet.
well, like catfish to that. Will's all over this stuff, man. Big up to Will again. We shouldn't promote, but if we do, Friday nights, Will likes to talk about dating, fashion, everything. He's loving it. He's loving life over there. So on a Friday night, tune into Fake Mike Real News.
But Bear, does she bitch about auditors?
Don't just exposing the auditors.
Does she bitch about auditors?
I'm gonna look her up now on my tablet.
I take people how I find them.
Let's see what she's got over on exposing the auditor. And most women don't have nice, so I doubt very highly that she does. But we'll see. First, let's see what her content's about.
You know why I don't like those channels that bitch about auditors is because auditors really are fighting for our rights. Right? Why would you not want somebody to fight for your rights? Why would you not fight for your rights?
Hang on. To be fair, and I don't really know the answer to this fully, right? But who says that she's against auditing or standing up for any rights? What, just because she's called exposing the orders? Come on, man. Why is everyone so small-minded?
Well, maybe I am being small-minded.
A little bit. Like, just on the basis of what somebody and what their content is. I mean, hey.
Under name, yeah.
I don't know how big her channel is now, but like, listen, she puts any content out about it. Eh?
Clickbait comes to mind.
Clickbait.
The title.
Her name.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, exactly. Maybe a little bit. Maybe that's about exposing the orders, like, you know, but
yeah, that would get a lot of attention, wouldn't it?
I'm all about our rights. You know, if we don't have our rights, we're just slaves to the machine.
I'm also about a little bit of humor in life, you know? I'm like, as long as that somebody ain't really fucking going to the real, you know, causing anyone any real harm or distress or anything, right? At somebody else's expense, then it's just a bit of humor, mate.
Yeah, fair enough. I would enjoy
I can
humor.
tell you now, there are channels out there far worse that actually start sitting there talking shit about what they're doing in their auditing, criticize everything. That to me is like, so yeah, maybe the name's a little bit.
Think about this. I just looked over her channel and it's not very clear. It's still not very clear to me what is going on there.
I don't get why everyone's. It's funny, man.
But just think about this. I'm not sure if her channel really is exposing auditors, but there are other channels out there that really focus on auditors, right? What does that say about somebody's level of intelligence and competency when they're like, all right, I'm going to make a YouTube channel. Okay.
Yeah.
I control and upset anybody I want in the world. Who are the people that need it the most? Not the genociders. Not the
What a brilliant point. Holy shit. Not Epstein Island. Not oh man, there's so many valuable things to expose.
I love the fact, guys,
What a
that you're
great
so
point.
defensive about, like, I think it's great.
All right, I tell you what, Bear. I tell you what. Exposing the auditor, would you allow us to review one of your videos? Would you be
I've
up
shown
for
her
it?
videos before. I've shown her videos before.
No, but if we do a review on a live, would you guys be into that?
All right. As long as you go subscribe to our channel.
Would you allow us to do that?
If you allow yourself to subscribe to our channel.
I do get a little bit defensive sometimes because these people have literally chosen. I'm not saying UK or whatever this girl's name is or whatever her name, but but there are channels out there have literally chosen the side of the largest enemy of humanity over people trying. Maybe not great people, but at least trying. Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, I get a little defensive because it shows me what level you're at when of all the problems in the world, then your number one problem is fake Mike Real News, who doesn't have a criminal record, who's never done anything violent to anybody, who constantly preaches nonviolence and freedom. So I mean, there's people that have whole channels based on me. Like, yo, get off my dick, bro. You know.
I know, and those channels are annoying. But this is what I'm trying to say. I wouldn't really class hers as one of those, if I'm honest.
How would you class it?
Just a little bit of light humor. Tell me it's anything else, man. Like I say, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm going a little bit like soft in my old age or something. But
maybe you like the fact that she liked your bum.
Yeah, I think.
See, now I never trust what someone says on the internet too much, right? So I'm not going to buy into that too much. I just said that she was, I would never, not encourage somebody to have a good high self-esteem. I wouldn't encourage a woman not to have a good self-esteem. What's wrong with that?
Well, the thing is, you can't have self-esteem. I guarantee, first of all, this lady has no self-esteem because she's on the internet anonymously. If she was really pretty, girls that are pretty, they show themselves off.
Not necessarily. Only vain ones, bro. Come on.
Well, they make a load of money doing it.
But that's quite worrying that's what we think society is these days, right? That every pretty woman wants her face slapped all over the place, right?
I'm speaking in generalizations. Of course, there are exceptions to the rule. But I mean, okay, let me ask you a question, Bear Britain Audits, right? If you went to the gym for 6 months and you got really fucking buff, would you not show people your muscles? Would you not take one picture? Would you not take your shirt off and show people your abs at the beach one day?
Wouldn't it's a possibility, right? But it doesn't mean I want that slapped everywhere. I mean,
Okay, look, yes, there are pretty girls that don't have their pictures in the profile or whatever, but bro, majority of girls that are pretty, they're not watching auditing videos. As you well know, the majority of people that watch auditing videos are males, overwhelmingly, like in most cases over 90%. And the girls that do watch, they're very infrequent. Now there are some very beautiful, young, intelligent ladies and older ladies that watch our videos. However, I know
some young pretty girls out there auditing.
And you know what? This is the problem. Like, in fact, actually, you'll get me into sounding like misogynistic somehow. But listen, is that to me is a good quality. That if there's a female that again her face doesn't need to be all out there. It's not all like me. That's a good quality in a female, right?
It is.
Would you not agree?
I would wholeheartedly agree. Unfortunately, we do not live in the world our grandparents lived in. Before,
well, why not? Because you don't want to, or what?
No, because I'll tell you why. Because before, when males approached a female, they were courting them. They would take them out on dates. They would hold open doors for them. They would buy them things. They would be respectful. They would give them flowers. And in return for that, a man would provide and protect. In return to that, when a woman went out with somebody and she got married, almost all the time, the overwhelming majority of the time, that woman was a virgin. Unfortunately, now women have a Rolodex of men. They have higher body counts than most men. And in the United States, there are more OnlyFans models than teachers. So unfortunately, I can hold open the door, I can give flowers, I can protect a girl all they want, but I'm not going to sit here and marry a girl that has a 75 body count, bro. So yeah, I mean, it would be nice if these girls were all modest, but unfortunately, these girls are not modest. A lot of these girls out here are slutting, bro.
What's your body count? You don't have to be exact, but around.
You know, I think again that's so sad that you feel that way, man. Maybe even you might be right. Still,
Do
I
you
feel
think
sad.
maybe the woman might think, I don't want to be with a man with a high body count either?
Well, no, that's actually wrong. So if you're a girl, even an ugly girl, if you walk outside and say, "Hey, someone have sex with me," you're gonna have a line of guys lined up to have sex. Now, hear me out. Let me finish. If you're a man, and even if you are a way above average, if you're a way above average man, you can stand out in the middle of the street and you say, "Somebody have sex with me." Yeah, you might get some, but it's still going to be incredibly difficult, even if you do get some. So I think we can all agree here on the panel that for a man to sleep with a lot of women, that actually you have to accomplish something. You have to bring something to the table. So in order to sleep with a bunch of women, you must have something about you. It might be money, it might be charm, it might be charisma, it might be good looks, it might be a combination of the two. For a man, it's very difficult to sleep with multiple women. So if you have a high body count as a man, that means you're successful. If you have a high body count as a woman, that means you're a hoe.
I guess. Is it fair?
Yes, because men and women. Yes, absolutely.
Because I'm a man.
You think that's fair? So you think?
It's right for me.
Okay, well, regardless if it's fair or not, it's the way it is. Men, yes, it's fair, and I'll give you a reason why. Because as a man, I can go out and I could, if I had the pull, if I could line up 50 girls. Guess what? At least I'm man enough to show my picture online. At least I'm actually doing something with my life. You have dedicated your life to being a troll, being a voiceless, nameless troll on the internet.
Well, we don't know that yet. Bear says we could give her the benefit of the doubt.
She's not a faceless troll. Again, you've just heard. If you're looking at what she's putting clearly, you'll see there's people on YouTube that have seen her, bro. Do you know what I mean? I know what her first name is. She's not exactly been like. Yeah, she's not a faceless troll, bro. Believe you me.
Well, I don't see her face. I don't see her name, and she's saying, "Hey, Will, you're
I don't see everyone's name here, bro. I can't then go and say every single one of these people are a faceless troll.
I can say whatever the fuck I want to say.
I mean, you can, but it's just not factual.
Okay, well, it's a fact to me because I don't see her name. I don't see her face. You may have. That's hearsay. That's not admissible in court. You saying that you saw some girl's face before, that doesn't prove anything. If she wants to prove that she's not a nameless, faceless person, then she can come up here on the panel and debate me if she wants. She actually tried to insult me and actually help the point I'm making. Let's say I was Henry Cavill, and let's say I could line up 50 girls at once for one night. I could get all 50 girls of those, hypothetically speaking, pregnant. But a woman could not. She has to wait every 9 months. She has to wait every 9 months. So is it fair? Maybe not, but that's the way the world works.
Guys, you've heard of Elf on a Shelf. Now get ready for
Spock on a cock.
Well, I'm glad you shared that with us. Well, glad you shared that with us, bro.
Guess what?
Do you know a funny phenomenon? What can I say that word? Phenomenon.
You said it. You can say phenomena or phenomena, and in both cases, it can be correct in a number of instances.
But an interesting one, right? And Will, you might like this. Good-looking women, like really good-looking women, right? They have this issue that they can't settle down or find, a lot of them can't find a life partner, right? Somebody to marry, because that whenever they're not so happy with their current man, they always know there's 100 other men out there who will give her what she wants.
Toy, you're hitting something. It's not just beautiful girls, and this is one of the main problems that occur in the world today. So women, by nature, are hypergamous, which means they're females, and this you can see this all over mammals, not just in humans, but all over the mammalian species. Women are looking for the best male. They want the male that's going to have the most protection, survival, and replication value. We have that built into our DNA, right? Women, obviously, if you take a look at like two bears or two fucking mooses in the woods, what happens? The dude that's the biggest, strongest one leaves with all the bitches, right? And to a similar extent, that happens here. So women are hypergamous. So what happened before the New World Order destroyed relationships was men and women were like, okay, I'm a guy who's a 5, but I make money and I can provide for my family. I'll get a woman. She's a 5, 6, 4, and she's going to stay by my side. Great. But what's happened is, due to the advent of social media and neo-feminism, it's if you take an average panel of girls and ask them how to rate themselves, they're most going to say 8, 9, 10s. And I've seen this happen a bunch of times, right? A 10 is perfect, right? 8, 9, and 10. And these are some of them attractive girls, but they're not 8, 9s, and 10s. If they were 8, 9s, and 10s, they would be models. They would be on magazines. They would be hitting the runways. They would be Rihanna, Beyonce, so on and so forth. They're not. And what's unfortunately happened is with social media, now a girl puts makeup on. Hold on. And she turns.
You're stereotyping, man.
Bro, I'm making you haven't even heard my point that I'm making.
Go on. I think you're stereotyping though.
I'm making generalizations, and generalizations for the most part are true, and there are exceptions to the rule. But what happened, this is a fact. Now with the internet, now girls that are decent, they get inboxed from fucking NBA players, they get inboxed from celebrities, rappers, all these other people. And they mistakenly conflate sexual attention that these guys want to marry them. So they overvalue themselves. So now, instead of the 8, 9s, and 10, traditional 8, 9, and 10 girls looking for the 8, 9, and 10 guys, now every girl is looking for an 8, 9, or 10. So what means is, if you're below an 8, girls aren't paying attention to you as a guy. Girls literally see 25% from, this is statistically speaking, as non-sexual entities. So what happens is, these girls think because they're on OnlyFans and they got a bunch of simps and they got guys DMing them with blue check marks that their stock is higher than it is, because they're confusing guys that want to have sex that guys that want to have relationships with them. So they wait until they get old and they get a body count, and then they end up single, right? And nobody wants to marry that type of person. So that's what happens, bro. That's the real problem.
Yeah. But wouldn't that only work if everybody's preference was the same?
No, because at the end of the day, yes, there are exceptions to the rule, but if you stop a girl or a guy out of the streets, we all know.
Well, I think what you're talking about, there's like the exception to the rule, you know. I don't think like.
What do you
I
mean?
don't know, man. I disagree with you.
Okay, let's put it this way. Let me give you something to contrast it to, right? I'm talking about in Western countries, right? Now, hear me out. So there's a Mexican guy who crosses the border right now, and he has a family and 2 kids. And his woman is going to treat him like a woman treated my grandfather back in the 50s, with respect. She's going to be a virgin from the get before she had his 3 kids, and she's going to stay home and raise those kids no matter what. Now all these girls.
How do you know that?
How do I know that?
That's an assumption.
No, it's not an assumption. If you take a look at the statistics from the CDC, the Census Bureau here in the United States, the majority of Hispanic Americans, predominantly Mexican American families, stay together at a vastly higher rate than typical American families, white American families, African American families, and so on and so forth. they stayed, and I can know it from my own experience too. I've traveled to these places. I know these families. I've traveled this whole country, and the statistics will bear it. What happens is these modern women, they've been hyped up. They've been hyped up off feminism and hyped up off thinking everybody's a 10, and they get DMs from random people on the internet, and now they all want to also be boss bitches. Well, guess what? Guys don't like boss bitches. And boss bitch, in order to be a bad bitch, then you have to get into your masculine energy. The reason I like girls is because they're feminine, right? And now the divorce rate here in the United States is out of control. Same thing in the UK. People aren't getting married. People are waiting longer to get married. And now the majority of women, this is one point y'all can't argue with me. In the United States, I don't know how it is in the UK, but in the United States, before, in the 1950s and before, for the majority of human interaction, the vast majority of females were virgins at the time of marriage. And now, for the first time ever, females have multiple partners, and they're on Instagram and OnlyFans showing their butthole to everybody that.
Yeah, and especially with OnlyFans is huge.
Girls have been showing their butthole since the beginning of time, man.
Fellas, let me talk.
I know, right? This isn't new. This isn't new, is it?
This
But
is new.
is somebody with multiple partners a bad thing? I mean, like, have you ever not had sex with? Have you
The only
ever had
difference
sex
is
with
it's
someone
the
and
internet.
turns out that you don't like them?
Like, most of the people like you stereotyped as well, bro. Yeah, like I'll be straight with you. Like as a single guy, yeah, smash that thing all over the gaff, right? But I ain't fucking settling down with a chick like that.
UK, I thought you were going to say multiple.
I ain't
buttholes.
settling down with a chick like that. She might be alright for a bit of fun and that, but most of those birds that you're talking about, bro.
What chick would you
I mean,
hold on. What chick would you not settle down with in Mellows? You said it's because of the internet, and that's what I said. Thanks to Instagram and all this stuff, that's what I said. We now have more OnlyFans.
There's a lot more people on the planet than there was back then as well. So there is going to be more of everything, right? More women showing their butthole. Now the buttholes are getting more accessible with the internet, so more people are easily seeing that there is more. But in fact, it's always been there. It's always been there. These girls have always been showing their buttholes from the dawn of time.
It's sales is perfection, isn't it?
But my point is exactly that girls have been showing their butthole from the dawn of time, but that was a small portion of them. Now there's more.
There's more of us now.
No, but
we've multiplied.
I know.
So the buttholes have multiplied.
That's not what I'm talking about. You're missing the stat I'm saying. Now there are more OnlyFans models and teachers, regardless of the population size. You can take the size. There are literally more OnlyFans sluts out there than there's teachers. So it's no matter the size of the population, it's disproportionate. There's never been a time in history. I defy you to point to me one time in history where there were more
It's made it more accessible. So now, whereas a woman might not have showed her butthole, but now it's why not? I can find especially if I'm going to get out.
That's my point. Bear, what was your criticism? You were saying you wouldn't settle down with what? What type of girl wouldn't you?
Nah, I'm saying some of these, I feel like you were stereotyping, and the birds that you're speaking about here, when you start talking about, if they would like the fucking thing, they would be all top models, they'd be this. Most of those type of chicks, man, ain't the fucking type of chick that I'm going to be fucking like, I'll be playing around with, as a single guy. Yeah, a bit of fun, but when it comes to, bro,
that's not what I'm saying, though. That's not what I was saying. My point was not that they're beautiful 8, 9, or 10s. My point is because of the internet, because of exactly what Theo just said. Now girls get DMs from anywhere. So the girls that are not 8, 9s, and 10s actually think they could be 3, 4, 5, 6s, and they think they're 8, 9s, and 10. And that's my point I'm making. But my question to you is, what type of girl would you like to settle down with? Would you like to settle down with a girl that has a high body count, or would you prefer to settle with a girl that has a low body count? Would you prefer to settle down with a girl that has more traditional values and she's going to stay by your side and she's not going to go out to the club? Or would you prefer?
I'm going to take a bird, as a finder, like I find everybody else at face value, bro.
Well, I think it's more of a conquest. I think it's more of a conquest to take the bird who's had the most lay to show her what a real man's like.
Well, maybe if that's your pick on it, like, but You know, I mean,
Suppose I'm doing that.
if you mean like is one of the first, like, do I say to a bird when I mean, hey, hang on a minute, what's your body count? Like that, like it's a real important thing, and I need to know. Nah, you've gone over that mark. Sorry. You know, no, I don't. I'm not going to say I've really had too many of those discussions.
So hold on.
How close? Just one over.
You know what I mean?
Almost.
When does that exactly come up in any conversation you're having with some girl?
Oh, bro, are you serious? Bro, first of all, this is exactly why I have to do this channel. Because most guys have been brainwashed. Most women have been brainwashed badly.
Dude, I don't want to know the amount of people that she's been sleeping with, man. Don't you get it? That's not, I don't want to
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
Wow.
You're better off not telling me, mate. Don't tell me. I don't want to know how many and who and what. I'd rather not know.
And exposing the order says, Mike, I don't show my face because my channel is about my videos, not about how I look.
Okay, great. Let's get back to my question, though. You guys evaded the question. You guys did not answer my question.
I think we did.
No, you didn't. I'm gonna ask this to the whole panel right here. Given the choice between a woman with a high body count or a low body count, if you have the choice.
So when I swipe through on, hang on. So let's just say we're doing all the modern day stuff. So let's just say I'm going to use this situation. I'm sat here now on Tinder. Is Tinder going to tell me what their body count is?
No, but
so you're talking about hypothetical. If I had a choice, how am I going to know, bro? How am I going to know?
Tell you how to know, but I'm not.
What if we built a new app, right, where the girls could include their body count?
Wait, let him get it out, guys. You know what? Guys, let him get it out because I feel he has a good point coming here, and I feel he's got a point. Right, we just need to hear him out, though.
Let me ask you guys a question. Let me ask everybody watching this. Have I ever said something that wasn't factual, that wasn't a good point, that I couldn't back up ever?
No. Oh, wait, you said I wasn't cool. That's like so wrong, like. You said I wasn't funny offline or online.
No, I'm the gold standard of truth right now. So because listen, I spent the last 3 years, like I studied all the other stuff I know. I spent the last 3 years studying human psychology, evolutionary psychology, interpersonal relationships, how to win friends and influence people, all this stuff, dating, business, human psychology, mix of interpersonal socialism, right? Socializing. I've been studying that, bro. So you're talking about Tinder, right? Well, the thing is, okay, first of all, the point of Tinder is to do what? To go on, the point of Tinder, or you meet a girl in real life, the point is to go on a date with them. This is another big misconception, which we could talk about if we want to, which is all guys try to get the phone number, which is wrong.
Okay, so by the time you've got to this date, I'm asking you, is that like an important question? Are you looking like that for that to be in like your top 10 questions? Like, what's your body count?
No. What I can do is if this girl is on social media, right? This is what you do, right? If the girl's on social media, it's really easy. If the girl's on social media, you can scroll through her past pictures and see if she had boyfriends. You can, and what you can do is you can come out and straight up say body count, because guess what? At the end of the day, like I just said, women are always looking for the best guy, right? Women want the best guy, like I just said. And that's demonstrated statistically over and over again. So if you're catering to the woman and trying to do everything to step on eggshells, not do the woman, then you're automatically putting her above you. So if you put the woman above you, then you're automatically, even if you do go on a second date with her or have a relationship with you, the dynamic is out of proportion, because a woman wants a man that's better than them. And trust me, this has been proven. I can go into detail on that. A woman wants a man that's better than them, right? They want the highest catch they can possibly get. Just like guys, we want the prettiest girl, the most loyal we can get. That's what we look for. So you have a conversation with these girls. Okay, so have you dated in the past? Okay. Boyfriends. Okay, well, I dated this guy. If you can assume that if a woman dated somebody for a year and a half or was living with somebody or 6 months, you can probably assume a modern woman had sex with them, right? That's probably a fair assumption without going out and saying, hey, this is your body count. And then you can also tell from Tinder, from how a woman presents herself in real life. If a girl's got a whole bunch of pictures of her in bikinis and half naked, that girl probably has a higher body count than a girl that is in a sundress taking a picture of her family at church, or in a sundress or in a graduation cap, or maybe she's in a field of sunflowers, or she's got a stupid cat with her, right? You can tell from swiping through a woman's pictures who looks modest and who looks not. And you can tell right on a woman's profiles too sometimes when a woman says, I'm only looking for something serious. And sure, some of those women could be 54 years old and have 7 kids. And then you know they have at least a body count of 7, right? But you take in the information as you go along. And that's why you go through a period of dating. You don't want to just fucking jump into a relationship and then you find out, wow, this
Well,
chick.
actually, on your logic, a lot of people don't do that anymore. People don't do dating. Actually, that's like
They don't. And the thing that goes back to my original point, which is the original problem is, this new world order has ruined dating because it used to be about men, and literally because now when men, and I've talked to females in real life, I've talked to females on my channel, and I've studied and I've seen panels and other videos and read books about females discussing this, is like girls will call you lame. Girls will call you lame if you hold open the door or bring flowers the first date. All right? Fake Mog sounds like my bird. You can't win against him. Exactly. So
just nod, agree, and carry on doing what the fuck you were doing.
Charlie Brown proves my point, right? He unfortunately is not seen as the king, because if he was seen as the king in that relationship, then the woman's not going to argue back and be argumentative back against you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even going to go for a woman like that.
To be honest,
Good luck. Hey, well, good luck with that, bro.
Well, that's my whole point.
So you don't want a strong-minded woman, no?
Define strong-minded.
Well, you don't want one that doesn't want to argue back in any way, which means you want one that's gonna basically fucking comply.
Okay, well, think
about spoken to.
Exactly. Think about it this way. Think about it this way. I'm not saying to give irrational or violent commands, but at the end of the day, if a woman wants to date a man that's better than him, and asked statistically, and there's plenty of videos, I've done it in real life, I've done it on my panels too, women ask, do you want a man that's shorter or taller? Taller. Do you want a man that's strong, weighs more or less? More. Do you want somebody that's stronger or weaker? Stronger. Do you want someone that's more or less intelligent, more or less competent? So women, like I've just demonstrated, and I could go into more detail, they want somebody that's better than them. And women, throughout their own voices, and again, this is generally speaking, there are exceptions to the rule, but this is the overwhelming generalization. This is the overwhelming majority. Women will tell you they want someone better and smarter than them, right? And more competent, right? So that automatically means in every relationship, there has to be some power dynamic. There's no relationship I've ever found in my life besides platonic friends. And even in some cases, we can go over there. But there's no relationship I've ever seen in my life where the power dynamic is completely equal. And even amongst friends, it can be that way, especially when you're bringing sex and relationship. So if women want somebody that's better and is going to lead them, and then you don't lead them, and then you take her shit from you, and then you let her lead you, then obviously that woman in the back of her head, yeah, she might be having sex with you and doing other things, but she's obviously thinking, oh, this motherfucker, he's not confident. Because even the baddest, because they have panels all over the internet now with the biggest OnlyFans girls and all this. I would stop in the minute if I had the right guy. Well, how come your girl's not stopping for you? Because even the OnlyFans girls say, I would quit this in a minute. Some, not all, but some. But even girls will say, hey, whatever, I'll even, maybe I won't quit my OnlyFans, but I would submit to the right guy. I'm just waiting for the right guy to submit to. So even the smuttiest girls out there saying they'll submit, and well, why isn't his woman submitting? Because every woman says they will submit. I'm not going to, so why get into a relationship with a woman that's not going to submit? Now, I'm not saying to do unreasonable things, but if you're not going to agree to with your leadership, then
we go approach ups.
Then
sorry.
What? You know what I'm saying?
I have to admit, I was just sitting there thinking about it. I don't think I care about a woman's body count, whether it's high or low, really. It's like I'm not going for a woman solely on sex, you know.
Okay, you're thinking about it in just one way, though. The body.
But I mean, to an extent,
But so are you to a degree.
I do the echo test,
Consider
right? You shout echo, and if you hear echo again, it's probably a few too many.
Consider this.
Okay.
Right? Because also, it's not just the body count. It's not just the physical act of sex. If it was that, maybe sure, then maybe it wouldn't matter. But every time a girl's been in a relationship with somebody, every time a guy's been in a relationship with somebody, anybody that's been trans or identifies in a relationship with anybody, and it didn't end well, then there's trauma associated with that. So you're not just bringing physical trauma of having a girl being ran over. And what is that? Okay. And so what does that say about a woman if she lets a lot of guys have sex with her? What does that say? What does that say? Don't you think?
Based Welshman says body count is everything when it comes to women.
Facts.
All right, Base Welshman, how's it going? And Marie makes a point there. Ever wonder what led women to be like that in the begin with? My guess is that they had been treated badly in the past. In past relationships, so they are taking control themselves. So in other words, they've been used and abused by fuckboys, by the guy who just wants to screw the girl over, just screw her and leave her. So then they say, well, hold on, I can use that.
Women want to blame men for this, but this is one's. I mean, yes, men are to blame. We're all to blame as a society, but the real person to blame is, and I could name names and be specific if you want. It's the New World Order, and not the first wave of feminism, even though the first wave of feminism was created and financed by the Rockefellers. But also like what? And I'm not a misogynist. I'm not a pro man guy. You guys know I don't prescribe to any. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I don't prescribe to any ideal or belief system whatsoever. But what's happened is it's because now it's cool for women to be boss bitches and to be it's pushed by feminism and the New World Order agenda. It's the New World Order agenda, right? Back in the day,
it's very anti-family. It's very trying to break up families.
Hang on, guys. Just say evening to Welshie. Big up, mate. Hope you're well.
How's it going, mate?
Evening all, just to check it is Welshie, of course.
No, I know it's you anyway. I checked the chat beforehand. They don't tell you on StreamYard. So you have to. I knew it was you when you asked for the link, bro.
Sorry, carry on, lads.
Yeah, sorry, Will. Go on, carry on.
That's all I'm saying is overall, it's the New World Order. They wanted to destroy the family. And this is the major reason.
Correct.
Yeah, it very much seems like that, doesn't it? They don't want family. They want us separate.
Isolated. They want us isolated in pods.
I think family is a source of strength for people, right?
Oh, Big G.
Their family, right? How's it going?
This is what happens. What up, player? And I'll just say this, I'm going to shut up because I've been talking here, but I do want, because a lot of times when I talk, and I can see this happen on every topic, it's really tough because people have preconceptions in their head, and I'm people automatically think they can box me into one thing, and I'm not. I don't say, trust me, I don't say what everybody else says. I'm saying something different, and I back the shit up with facts. But it's the New World Order. They destroyed the family. They did it with crack cocaine. They did it with breaking up the family in multiple ways. And what happens is
done it with COVID.
What happens is when the family, people turn to government. Now you have to have people surviving and living off the government.
Relying from the government.
The new family.
That's what that's what the Democrats need to win. They need typical Democrat voters to rely on the government. And the same in the UK, you know, with the COVID and all that. And it is vital body count when it comes to women, because like the way the World Order was saying, that New World Order was saying, like, you don't need men.
Can somebody ban gator audits?
Empowered, you're empowered. You can do anything a man can do. Well, the reality is, man needs woman and woman needs man, and they're very good together when they're gelled. You know, if the relationship's in good order, for example, we need each other, and we have traditional roles that have gone on for many a generation, and we were doing pretty well like that. Now they want us to be separated out, single, independent. Families are like completely to the back of the list. In fact,
can you imagine?
Sorry.
You're making such a great point, but you just making me think. Can you imagine if a mother cow was like, "Man, I ain't trying to sit here and let these babies feed off me. I'm going out to the club."
They're parasites.
Like,
they're parasites. Babies are parasites.
They're parasites. Abort these babies right now. I'm going out to the club.
And I'm not trying to say we should be in the massive past but like I've said it in many lives previous, when they put women out to work, what they actually did over a period of a decade or two is they increased taxes, etc. So you would then need 2 working class people to be working in a 2-up, 2-down house. So it's either your dad working, or your mum working, or you're being looked after by a grandparent or another relative. But either way, it fragments the family unit completely. And I was brought up in a household like that. I mean, it was just the way it was. I'm not saying it's bad, and I'm not saying you're bad for because I went through it. But this is what they've done to us.
Did you say it's from like World War II, when women were taken out of the home and put into the factories to make bullets and whatnot?
Slightly different World War II, though, wasn't it? Because it was obviously a war effort. But yeah, I mean, when they put women out to work, it sounds all like roses and honey. But that's what they did in the end. They made it in this scenario where you need 2 adults working just for a little terraced house with kids.
Well, why wouldn't you come up exposing the auditor? You can. There's 2 more spaces.
Of course, because once exposing, hear somebody like me talk with facts, they're of course not going to show their face. Of course, they're not going to show their name. They're never going to jump on a panel with somebody that knows things and facts. They can make videos from behind the camera and behind the fake avatar all day, but they can never come on a panel and debate me with facts, and they'll blame it on testosterone. That's sexist. That's misandrist right there. That is misandrist. That is misandrist. That is technically a hate crime. That's misandry.
We can't afford her, apparently.
Well, you like racism, it only works one way. That's what they tell us.
True. Actually, racism in America against Black Americans people say statistically is bared out. Black Americans, so-called Black Americans, still get pulled over at higher rates. According to police's own statistics, still get illegally searched and quote-unquote legally searched far more frequently than whites. And then they've done another study, which they've replicated, where they'll take the exact same resume and they'll send it around.
Get rid of Fabio, please.
Porky's backstage, baby, lad. Is it? Is it Porky though? Pork chop, put your camera on, lad.
Be right back.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
Let me throw some numbers to the American, because I know he knows these numbers.
Hold on, wait.
Hey, Porky.
Give me 2 seconds. Just gonna grab a drink right here. Okay, 1 second. Before you give me the numbers. 1 second.
That's it. You take as long as you want, Will. Take your time, bud.
How you doing, guys? You good?
Yeah, good, man. You?
Very good,
Yeah, good. I've jumped up to speak to BBA there, mate. I've got some news for you.
Go on, what's that?
My mate Billy, that we've been on about all this Rochdale stuff. Yeah, I've been speaking to him. He's allowing me to put all this content on my YouTube channel. And also, I'm working on getting you an interview with him. So he'll come onto your panel and you have an interview with him.
Nice. I was checking out his Facebook actually the other day.
Okay, but Pork and BBA, just a bit of a heads up on that, right? I don't know exactly what content that is, but I presume it's to do with the grooming, etc.
Yeah.
Not just. Well, it's not just the grooming. No,
yeah.
No,
well, this is why this is the bit I'm adding to it as well. Be very careful with the grooming bit. Just through experience, just come off a strike for a rape of Telford from 2 years ago that I went to. 2 years ago.
Wow.
Okay? And be very careful of the old LGB4K community as well on anything. Trust me. Why do you think I've been quiet? Why do you think I've been quiet?
Damn. Now I know this. To be honest, I'll do something like that. My website's all back up and running now and refreshed and that, so it would be one of those where I'd probably start out on YouTube, and then if anyone's actually interested in that subject, then obviously I'll pull it out, close it here, and just carry on the website. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then it's over there.
Fucking hammered I was. Hammered.
But yeah, no, you've got a good point. I know what YouTube are like when you start going down those.
Well,
Down those
especially
subjects.
on the LGB4K lot.
Loads of people were saying about Telford thing, and I was like, yeah, but if I remember rightly, I'm sure loads of people put videos up after the Telford thing last year and got strikes and that.
Well,
What's
I
the
did,
4K
but
about?
I got my strike 2 years from 2 years back.
To be quite honest, I could give a shit about strikes and shit on my channel. Let me get rid of it. I'll just make a new name. But my mate Billy, all he wants is getting his story out there.
I know.
You know?
I'm
going to be 100% behind that based, aren't I? You know what I mean? I'm going to be 100% behind that, and I'll get his story out there.
You can still show the content, but like I said, if it's like spicy for YouTube, not spicy in real life,
like an interview though, something like that.
Then you just but at the same time, just make sure that you trim little tiny words if you have to.
Welchie, what's the 4K?
Because
What's that about?
You know,
Just try to like not say the whole fucking. I'll say it,
Oh,
LBGTQ.
I see.
Don't say that, man. That's what he was trying to. Yeah.
All right.
You
Sorry.
forced me to say it, man. But no, that's a good point. I never thought about that. In fact, I have got one where I went to a video where I went to an LGBT like community hub thing. Yeah. I never thought that would be deemed as offensive, to be honest.
as long as it's just tea in it is the problem, right? The reality is, as long as it's pro tea, you can put anything on YouTube. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's fucking algorithms, isn't it? Keywords, shit like that, man. People think it sounds silly sometimes. Like, I had it the other day. I was on a panel and I was trying not to use the R word, so I was saying grape. I thought this was a freedom of speech. I was like, bro, one, we live in the UK, so if you think you've got freedom of speech, you're deluded. And two, if you think this private fucking platform, privately owned platform, advocates for free speech, then again, you fucking need to give your head a wobble.
I've said it for a while now. I'm completely censored on YouTube, and I know I am, and I say words like "great" because you know, and like I get stick for it sometimes. But the reality is, if you just carried on, you'd end up off the platform in a fucking no time. And I know plenty of people who've lost 60, 70,000 subs. Gone, ta-da.
That's why, like I say, between everyone, all these live streams and that, man. So I mean, you know, people need to start looking at other ways of fucking doing their streams and that, so that this doesn't happen. Because it's just completely stopping us all sitting and talking about fucking shit that we should be talking about. Clearly, anything that they try stopping us talking about, we clearly should be talking about.
I just want to say quickly, even talking about things we shouldn't be talking about is probably something that we shouldn't be talking about. Luckily, because even pussyfooting around this conversation is not good. I would suggest that.
No, I get it.
But and so what Mellows has developed some things, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong here, but Mellows you should be able to start these streams here on your thing and then live stream right from your website, bro. So we could talk about the nitty-gritty.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I will do. That's like anything where it's a bit, you know, I can do that.
Big G, please change that name under your name. You're not a minge magnet.
Just deluded. Just deluded.
I'm sure more of a repellent.
I'm sure you know Active Patriot.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
So Active Patriot, 54,000, I think it was. He basically got taken off social media overnight when I was with him in Dover, just literally. And as he was getting taken down, I was stripping my channel of all videos that I had made, I think it went up to 250,000 views, all gone. I just
See,
well,
right, you can
deleted
sit there and
about
go through the terms and conditions if you wanted to over and over and over, right? But where is that threshold? Where is that
you don't
line?
know.
Because
You
I
don't
look
know.
at
You
channels
don't
that are
know. They
monetized
make it
and I
up.
think, wow, some of them are like quite open in what they say and they express their opinions and they make them known. And I think, right, I've seen channels a lot less say far less than that and be demonetized, not be monetized, be fucking lost, shut down. And then others seem to sit there and say things and it's like,
Well, if they're political channels, then it is very much biased. You know, the platforms. Obviously, Twitter's now taking a stand against being politically biased, predominantly, I would suggest, and maybe not totally. But like YouTube, if you're political on your YouTube and you're center left or center, go with anything to the left is basically promoted on these platforms, and anything to the center to the right, even if it's, you know, I want to
I mean,
control my
take
board. I want to control the
your mates,
borders.
weren't you, Reverend Simon
Yeah.
Sideways? Yeah, he's somebody that sits there and he speaks quite openly, doesn't he? He voices his opinion. He doesn't
Yeah.
hold back. I don't think too much.
Well,
He's
he's currently not live streaming on his main channel because of same reasons I'm led to believe.
I think they've had a big sweep around recently. You know, in the last few months.
You know, he's
on this
pushing
platform.
70,000 subs.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Again, that's why, because you start hitting these numbers with subs wise, and it's like all of a sudden they start flagging shit up that I had on my channel fucking 2 years ago and have been doing for 2 years. But it seems like all of a sudden I'm covering certain things. My numbers have gone to a certain amount, and it's like, oh yeah, we're demonetizing. You know what I mean?
I wasn't. I was trying to pussyfoot around it, but bro, we shouldn't be talking about this here. We shouldn't. You should delete the stream after you go live.
No. We do this. We talk like this on lives all the time.
I understand. And is this channel monetized right now? No. Do I know from having my channel completely destroyed and deleted? Yes. Do I know from having it demonetized? Yes. Do I know exactly? I'm telling you for a fact, I know we shouldn't even be talking about this right now, especially when you're trying to get your channel monetized again, bro. You shouldn't be doing it.
Yeah, well, like I said at the same time, yeah, you know what I won't do? I won't fucking sell myself like a 2-bit whore to any fucking platform, bro.
Hey, Bear, have I sold out?
No, you haven't. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. No, you haven't, bro. And you've still cracked on with it. And you're still fucking, and you've started again, and you've gone again, and you've gone again. So there we are, bro. That's what we do.
Other problem we've got as well is you can completely stick. You can read or sit down and read all the terms and conditions. You can stick by them terms and conditions. Next month we can bring a new terms of service out, and because your videos from maybe 2 years ago, now everything's a new terms of service.
Yeah, but they don't even tell you what you got to strike for. They just say it's for harassment, and you just say to yourself, "Well, what points? What timestamp? At what time?" It's a 4-hour live stream. So the reality is, it doesn't really matter if you read all the TNS, right? Because they'll just say harassment on a 4-hour live, and where'd you go from there? Where'd you go from there on a 4-hour live? What are you supposed to do? It's a 4-hour live. I was supposed to pick up the harassment they're talking if they won't give me any more detail than harassment.
Does anybody have a cool topic we could talk about? I have some in case nobody else does.
I don't know. What is it?
I don't know. One of my favorite things to ask people is if they could have dinner with anybody besides a dead relative or friend, past or present, who would it be and why?
All right, let's go around the panel. Do you want to kick that off then? I imagine it's one that you must have thought about to want to ask that question.
Yeah, ask that question, Ron.
The reason I bring this question up is because if you do find a girl and you do want to make it work for her with you, I don't recommend all the questions there, but there are some questions, and this is probably my favorite one. They did a study about it. They're called 36 questions that lead to love. You can even try this with friends too, because it helps develop relationships. And these are psychologically.
Well, I want Pork Chop to love me a little bit more, so I'm all ears.
Auditing Eric County's in the house, guys, and he says he would talk to Jesus. He would have dinner with Jesus.
BB, I'll always love you, mate. You know that, bro.
Hello, Auditing Eric
Because
County.
I'd like to have a teddy bear cuddle off you.
Get a fucking room with it. Have your own fucking reach around you too. Fuck's sake.
Big G, shut the fuck up, because I'm the mega magnet now.
I'll be back.
I want to throw it back at Auditing Erie County, and I want to ask him, why does he think Jesus existed? What evidence does he have? But for me, if I was to have dinner with anybody, Jesus might be up there to see if he was actually a real person or not, if he actually really existed. But it would probably be in the last couple hundred years. I mean, King Solomon would be up there, Nikola Tesla, and the Ninja Turtles. And yeah, those would probably be my
Turtles. So you're having pizza.
Vegan.
So you're having pizzeria.
Jesus is a good answer, though, right?
Jesus, if he existed,
Yeah, there's no evidence Jesus existed. Sorry, guys. Sorry, who doesn't want to hear that? But there's no evidence.
I don't believe in that, so never do.
No, listen, I don't believe in the whole matter of the Bible, but I mean, I believe that the guy is probably a real man.
So if you look up on Wikipedia, there's a Wikipedia page called the Historicity of Jesus Christ, like saying, did Jesus Christ indeed exist? The majority of mainstream scholars would agree that Jesus did exist. However, the reason I say that there's not enough evidence, and somebody that I don't agree with on a lot, Carl Sagan said, this is a great quote though, he says, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Jesus was somebody that is said to have descended into the heavens, caused earthquakes, resurrected people.
Can I just quickly say, man, everyone in the chat, go give this guy a subscribe, man.
Absolutely.
Auditing Erie County. If you haven't watched this guy, you need to, man. You need to.
I thought you meant me, then the bigger G.
Nah, you need to go see this guy. Auditing Erie County. My guy, one goes in his videos, right? Issuing them fucking papers. All right.
I thought you were giving me a shout out then. Fuck me, the bigger G.
He's gone in with like issuing them fucking lawsuits, man. Here, dishing them out like they're smarties and that.
He's one of the very few.
Huh?
He's one of the very few that follows through with the lawsuit.
I am right. Got the right guy in that, and I.
Yeah,
So I watched a lot of videos, man.
He films them. He films them. Them being processed.
How you doing, Mellows?
Listen, guys.
Here we are, guys. 128 subs till he gets to 100k, man. Let's go. There's 37 of us in here, so we can make that under 100 subs. Under 100 subs. If everyone goes over and subs to this guy now, we can get him under 100 subs to 100k. Go push that subscribe button, man. And someone put his link in the chat as well, please. One of the moderators, if you would.
Yeah.
Is he Michigan or Ohio?
Listen, he's just done a 5-part series of this place in Buffalo. It's nuts, right? But what he does is he also highlights the good, right? So he came across 2 public workers who were absolutely brilliant and a pleasure, and he put their number online. So I gave one of them a ring. Listen to this. Tell me if you can hear it. Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay, listen.
Ronnie speaking. Hello, hi. My name is Finton. I'm calling from Ireland. I saw a video, and you were in it. It was an audit by Auditing Erie County, and I just want to thank you for your professional work, and you're a credit to your city. Thanks very much for what you do.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much, all the way from Ireland. I am humbled. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
You brown-nosed bastard.
No, you can hear their voice. You can hear their voice. Well, yeah, you see, if we're going to go against the bad, we have to commend the good as well, right?
Well, I didn't know where you fucking started and she ended then.
Well, why don't you just whip out and say something off?
Isn't it? That was like an OnlyFans fucking call or something like that.
Yeah. It was free. It was free.
I'm calling all the way from Ireland, and I just wanted to say the way you moved, the way you behaved, that in the video,
Yeah,
The way you were
nice,
dressed.
nice tits. I mean, nice how you did it.
No, you got to commend the good. Come on, guys.
Hey, my pants are totally on, but you did a great job in that video over in the States.
Is it just me, or could you hear it in her voice how delighted she was with the call?
No, we heard the way you said it in your voice.
Brandon says his food toy bootlicking.
I must admit, by the sound of the voice, she got a bit moist then, didn't she? Fair play, lad.
Yeah.
Fair play.
Brandon's the man, yo. He's so funny, yo. Oh,
Do I qualify as a minge magnet or no?
Yo, what?
Minge repellent. It's a repellent.
Yeah, you're not in no midge magnet company with me and fucking Big G here now.
That's what you gotta do, Will. All the birds love it. So when you come to the UK, yeah, just tell them that you're a minge magnet.
Yo,
And they'll be all over you, bro.
what's minge mean?
Minge means I can't even say that. Banana.
Minge like feeds. You know, feeds, like the fit ones, hot ones.
Yeah, no, Pork, you can't say fanny because fanny in America is your butt.
Yeah, it is, yeah, because you have fanny packs, don't they, and shit like that.
Minge. M-I-N-G.
I'm just letting you come over here and that'd have been funny, man.
See what Google
I'll
says.
just approach him and that, be like, yeah. Yeah, I'm a minge magnet.
Yeah, or over in the UK we call it a flange.
So is it the upper or the lower genitals?
It's the doner kebab.
It's called there we go. I'm gonna say it's a front bum.
There you go. There's a perfect. Nice.
Yeah, I'll definitely be saying that when I go over there. But they won't have to. I won't have to say it. They'll see it. It'll be apparent.
Yeah, there's that many camel toes over here. You ain't gonna fucking not see it.
I've been developing
leggings on.
very powerful magnets in my laboratory. So what I don't know. The only thing is I don't know if they'll allow me on a commercial flight over to the UK with some of these high-powered, potentially radioactive magnets that I have, because my neighbor just had a sex change from male to female, and all of a sudden they were sucked up into my garage with the power of this magnet. So I'm still kind of tweaking at things.
Wow.
What the fuck?
Strong.
It's a strong
magnet. Wait, if you come over to UK, just say you're looking for something to eat out, and you've heard that the blue waffle is good.
Right, if you go to Liverpool, though, if you're going to Liverpool in the UK, just ask for
Americans love waffles, don't they? Just say you.
Exactly. Go to Liverpool and ask for all you can eat buffet. Muffet, not buffet, muffet.
Do not Google blue waffle. Do not. I repeat, do not Google blue waffle.
You guys bring the worst out in me, I'm telling you.
Now, as soon as I arrive, man, I'm just gonna go over to Westminster and just tell all those fools to suck it, man. I'm gonna tell them to. I'm saying, hey guys, everyone join me across the street for some lunch, and then I'm gonna sit them all down. I'm gonna stand up and piss in all of their chips simultaneously.
What do we think about apparently King Charles has got cancer, right?
I know, yeah. Well, Prince Harry's on his way over, isn't he? Prince Harry's on his way over to get measured for his crown.
Fucking hell, we don't need another ginger in fucking country. Fucking don't let him in. Fucking ginger bollocks.
Well, they spunk bubbles, man. Spunk bubbles.
He's not even the father, is he, though?
Yeah, but Prince Harry's coming back over now on plane. He's on his own his way over, rubbing his hands, going.
But we're all just meant to pretend. But
yeah, he's definitely Hewitt, isn't he? He's definitely Hewitt's his fucking Harry, like.
Yeah, but Harry's coming over, rubbing his hands, going, "You kicked me out of a fucking family. You fucking never do with me now when I get that crown, lads."
I'd say your would rubbing her hands even more. What's her name? His girlfriend.
Meghan Markle.
Yeah, I bet she's rubbing her fucking hands. Oh, I'm going to be a fucking queen.
Well, yeah, you see, William won't get it because he's dumb as pig shit.
William will get it, man, of course.
He will get it.
Of course he will. No, man.
Which is the one that dressed up as
Listen, Harry's lucky to even still got any titles, man. He ain't getting no crown anytime soon.
Come on, Harry's got plenty on William now. He's shagged a pig and everything. It'll all come out in Newswatch.
I don't know. He's tried retracting a lot of stuff that he said, didn't he? I.e., like the racial remarks that apparently were made about what skin color the baby was. I mean, even that he tries to deny. Even got said. I mean, I'm sure everyone probably see the clips at least of the Oprah Winfrey show. That's exactly what she was suggesting. Exactly.
There you go. You say powerful power of the Minge. You say it's taken his.
No,
it's
it's hook,
taken
line,
his
and sinker with him, isn't it? Poor lad, he's been deprived of it all his life. You know what I mean?
She'll be the power behind the throne if he does become king.
Yeah, she's just fucking mental liberalist, isn't she? It's fucking Meghan Markle.
Meghan always has been, but that's what I mean. Like you saying, the power of the
No,
Minge.
bollocks, I don't even
Like that.
believe that. Meghan Markle don't know what she is. In fact, she's whatever's fucking trending this week.
Me and Big G are minge eaters. They're beef eaters.
I'm not a fan of Meghan Markle. Will, what do you think of Meghan Markle?
Meghan Markle, I think she's a bonny lass, me, to be quite honest.
She's bonny lass, like she's worth a length, isn't she?
Gold digger or bonny lass?
But I'm going back to again, like what?
Yeah,
you want that as a missus, yeah.
I won't kick her out of bed for eating biscuits, that's for sure.
Porky wanted to kick her out of bed if she fucking farted.
No, definitely not, because I like the smell of fucking sprouts.
Oh, man.
Pork chop never goes too far.
Sorry. You shoes that bring the fucking worst out in me.
Porky would let her shit on him and fucking tarmac him.
Oh, too right. I would.
Welcome, Tip Mafia, to the room. She's just walked in. She hasn't, but she's just worked it out. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Correct. That's correct. So that's a lady's pony. Well, you were right, Big G, there by saying that. I'd let her lay a brick on my chest.
I love the way everyone says not my king. Whether you like it or not, that is your king, whether you like it or not, people. You can all sit there and make out it's not. I mean, like, you might not want to recognize him, that's fair enough, but to say he's not our king is like, I don't know.
You honestly, man, I mean, it's just as bad here in the United States. I mean, our country has actually surpassed your country and the Vatican as like probably the worst state that ever existed in the history of known mankind. However, at least over here, they give us the pretend. I mean, you guys really need to have a protest over there until these guys abdicate the throne, man. Like it's so primitive and barbaric to me to think that it's not just in the UK, fucking Spain, Netherlands, a whole bunch of other places, man. And some places they call them just dictators, but they're actually kings and queens too. And it's just it's so barbaric to me, bro, that there's people that still live under kings and queens. Don't get me wrong. I understand the United States is no better. It's just an illusion, but at least give us the fucking illusion, bro. Like, really, these motherfuckers be strolling down the place with gold chariots and red carpets and all this stuff. That is so fucked up to me. And I will agree with Meghan Markle. You heard me say this one time before. She doesn't even know how right she is. The British royal family, Spanish royal family, every royal family that's out there, the royal family, the Dutch royal family, they're all the most racist people on the world because basically they think because your bloodline, you're better than people. They literally think that their bloodline they think they're better than everybody. They think they were put here because they came out of a special vagina somehow, that they were put here to rule over us as
the royal vagina.
No, but can't say vagina's got to be minge.
Oh, the royal.
Will, you do realise that the United States is like the British pet project? You do realise you work for us, don't you? So technically, indirectly, you are under the monarchy.
Technically,
because you work for us.
Yes and no. So technically,
yes.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's true. It started with the it's true. It started with Cecil Rhodes and the Rothschilds and his roundtable groups and Alfred Milner, and then it came over and it started in the UK as the Royal Institute of International Affairs, then moved to the United States, the Council on Foreign Relations. But nowadays, and the Bilderberg Group was created alongside the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds. So I honestly, yes, you're technically right, but also I'm not American. I'm a voluntarist. I do not identify as an American. I never signed a social contract. I don't fuck with anything these people do. So no, I'm not American.
You just live in America, born in America.
Who do you identify as then, Mike?
Talk like an American.
Which one of the royal family dressed up as Hitler for a fancy dress?
Yes,
that was Trudeau.
No. One of the English
Harry. Prince Harry done that.
Halloween costume. But also,
isn't that crazy?
It's not crazy. It's not crazy. The British royal family they literally had propagandists research the name Windsor because they're a German family, and that sounded the most English. They paid somebody to find a new name that they could adopt. It's not crazy. They are Nazis. They are Nazis.
Well, the Queen was German, weren't she?
They all
German heritage, right?
German, yeah.
Windsor is not their real name. They're all German.
So what do you identify? Do you not identify as an American then? Who do you identify as?
Oh, he didn't dress up as Hitler. Sorry, he had a Nazi band on his arm. Thanks for that, Outlaw. Thanks for that.
But the shirt was there too. The shirt was there too. But yeah, I identify as a voluntarist or an You can also call me an anarcho-capitalist.
Yeah, but what country are you from then if you're not American?
Well, all these labels, man. I don't like putting labels on shit, if I'm honest.
Call me American.
Just out of interest, Will, have you been outside of the United States?
Yes, I have.
And I'm just curious because 75% of you haven't even stepped foot out of the United States.
It's a big fucking place. That's why you don't really need to. I mean, you have to get fucking flights from one place to the other.
Listen, GNAT says lots of English are of German descent, to be fair. Is that true?
What did you say?
He said lots of English people are of German descent.
Yeah, Anglo-Saxon. The Saxon part is German.
It's Germanic. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, the United States alone, I mean, how many goddamn Englands could you fit? I traveled the United States multiple times. I mean, and it's United States over here. We've got deserts. We've got multiple mountain ranges. We've got tropical places. We've got beaches. We've got frigid.
It's a fucking big old place, isn't it?
Hey, we've got beaches. We've got wooded area. Ours is quite big.
That's it. That's where it ends.
We've got fun fairs. We've got council estates. We've got flats and high-rise buildings.
Don't forget the corner shops.
Kebab shops, Turkish barbers, pound shops.
Cafes.
We've got ULEZ cameras.
ULEZ cameras, yeah, we've got those motherfuckers.
The US has got 5 time zones in it, Will.
And we've got a town full of big G's.
That's right.
And charity shops we've got, which I always give to charity anyway. So big up the charity shops.
If you guys are just joining, like, share, and subscribe. Make sure you find Bear Britain Audits. I know I haven't looked at his analytics, but there's a large percentage of you guys that watch this shit and don't subscribe. Just give a subscription, leave a comment. It's absolutely free. Doesn't cost anything, and it helps out. And please consider sending Bear a donation. You can find it on his website, BearBritainAudits.com. That's BearBritainAudits.com. One more time, just so you don't forget, if the moderators can put it in the chat.
But you know,
BearBritainAudits.com. Please give my boy a donation because he monetized him, and we're kicking you the real shit. Even though I told him not to, we're still kicking the real shit. And so he's still kicking real shit, even though he's not monetized. So consider how real that is, because people are saying, "Oh, he's not going to keep it real anymore because he's only doing this for get money." Guess what, bitch? Y'all was wrong. So now the people that was wrong, go give an apology donation, and the people that were right and stood by him, support your man because he's putting his neck on.
That's a worry.
Hey, Will, are you on commission here? If you're paying him now,
I know. If he's on commission, he needs to hurry up, man. Because, like, you know what I mean. I'm on a low budget.
Me and Big G want a slice of that cake too.
Yeah.
Nah, but you know what? Was thinking about maybe doing a few more of these. But like you were all saying, like, we have to watch this, we have to watch that. So I'm thinking about just maybe setting up another channel where,
Not a
like,
bad
maybe I'll
idea.
just do my live streams over on that channel.
Yeah, good idea. Because if you do get porn bombs and they're getting very good at it, it does affect your channel.
No.
You know, and then there I can just it's open channel. You know, like I'm not going to care too much about like if we get a porn.
Yeah.
Listen, if
yeah.
I close it down and in that time delete it, I get a ban. I get a ban, don't I? You just go again.
Yeah. Well, let's hear what Will has to say about it. What Will?
Or you just do what you can already do right now, live stream right from your website, and then if we want, we can play music.
For sure. But you have to traffic that, right? And the best way to traffic something like that's using a platform I'm already on. So we can start lives over here. Like I'm not on this channel, but on another channel. Start it there,
Sounds
do
a
like
bit
half
sound-
hour, and then go over. Do you know what I mean?
Sounding a bit like Epstein there, mate. Fucking traffic. And we'll traffic it this way.
It's you in your mind, mate. That is you in your filthy mind.
Into
Winning
traffic
phone.
in now, Big G.
He's definitely been to Ireland on a baby airline.
That's quite worrying. UK is one of the top 20 safest countries in the world. It's in the way UK is going. That's fucking worrying.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that, but
Top 20, did you say?
In the top 20.
Well, 20 is a lot, isn't it? But
Fucking hell, there must
To
be
be in the
some
top
more
20,
than
yeah, I
Rochdale
would
out
report
of that
there's
place.
20 safer countries than here.
I thought England was like high up on knife crime.
Yeah, they've just excluded fucking Walsall and fucking Rochdale out of that calculation, haven't they?
Fuck off. Like Yorkshire's much better, you kid. I've seen fucking those West Yorkshire police. They're a bunch of cunts in themselves. That's the police.
and I'm not being funny, he's right in a fucking way because 2 years ago, Rochdale had the worst murder rate, second worst murder rate in the UK.
How many people got murdered in that city?
Oh, lots, mate, lots in Rochdale, where I'm from. Yeah, there were lots. It was second worst one for murders in the UK.
The thing is, Will, Porky ordered them. He runs that sound like he does Porky.
They should have paid their tax. They should have paid the Porky tax.
Yeah, they don't pay rent, you see. If they don't pay
They don't
rent,
pay the
you're going to
rent.
get it.
Yeah. So what's number one city for murders in England?
I don't. It's changed now. It did change. I think we went back. We went like to 9th. Then it's changed since what last time I looked at it. Let's have a look. Let me do the Google search. Here we go.
What's South London like? South of London.
Right, we'll tell you. Right, worst murder rate in UK.
We've got a low murder rate around here. There's apparently people being found dead in the canals all the time. That's perfectly natural.
Yeah, that's like normal, man. Apparently, like genuinely as well. That's happened a few
It was
times recently.
COVID.
Yeah, apart from the baby, there was a baby that was also found in the canal, right? But apart from that one, every other one I've looked at, every article that comes out within like literally a couple of hours of it being found is always the police don't see anything suspicious, non-suspicious. It's like, huh? Like, that's just normal. Find someone in the canal. I mean, I walk down that canal often, and I've never like nearly fell in, or anything like that. So I don't believe people just end up in the canal. That's bullshit.
Damn.
You know why that is, mate? It's because the lack of baths in Walsall. They all keep wash themselves in fucking canal. Honestly, you don't want to go to Rochdale, Will. I mean, sorry, Walsall, Will. It's a shithole.
Right, Pool's coming up as the worst one at the minute. Poole, Bromley, Hertfordshire,
Liverpool,
Swindon, Warrington, Telford, Worthing, Rochdale, Stockport, Borough Hove, Bournemouth, Cheltenham, Milton Keynes, and then Gloucester.
Yeah.
It's crazy
It's
because
locking
in the
party.
What was that? Was that worse for crime?
No, murder rate.
Murder rating.
That can't be right, man. There's no way you skip
that-
Birmingham and fucking Walsall out of there, man.
That's good.
Or
That's
Wolverhampton,
Googled.
for that
That's
matter.
Googled, and that's on police.uk. That
I don't
police.uk.
believe what the fucking police say. They're lying bastards.
Yeah, but there you go. That's what I'm getting up. Right, let's try it. Manchester.
Genuinely, man, that can't be right.
All
But
right,
if they ain't going
go,
down
go,
as
go, go.
murder, then they ain't going to be like flagged
I'm
up on
reading
there,
Manchester
aren't
Great Manchester Great News, you know what I mean? Manchester Evening News, yeah, which I don't understand. It's a fucking paper as well who talk bollocks. Manchester, Rochdale and Salford all make top 10 in the national murder homicide chart.
I mean, even fucking London's been left out of there, isn't it?
Yeah, because yeah.
Come on, man.
Right, let's have a look. Right, no, it's come all in here. Manchester 6.3 massive murder rate, Salford 6.2, Rochdale in third position is 6.1, Oldham 3.5, which is just up the road, Tameside, then Stockport, then Trafford, then Bury, then Wigan, then Bolton.
Is Thameside, that would be London, would it? Is it a
No,
River Thames?
Tameside's Manchester, other side of Manchester, close to Liverpool. We're
Oh,
third
it's not
on that list.
Thames.
We're third on that with 6.1.
Still not too bad. I mean, in London, there was 112 murders in 1 year on the most recent statistics. In New York City, they got it under 400 for the first time in like 5 years. So, yeah, the murders are absolutely crazy. But it's not just that, too. There's home invasions, there's assaults, there's theft, there's a whole bunch of different crime. But they're unfortunately across the globe, they're going to continue.
Remember, these are just reported crimes, right?
Yeah, reported crimes. Yeah, that's right, Mellows, mate.
Yeah, that's right. They found in
And
like
there is
the
only like a
record.
fraction of the crimes that are actually being reported.
Yeah, because in one of the deserts they found caves full of shoes, full of people's shoes, like loads and loads, like hundreds, thousands of shoes.
That must have been a fetish, that.
Yeah, where's the people who are using the shoes?
No, they might be sniffing them.
But the reason that's important is with
Big
inflation.
big up the sniffers.
Hey, with inflation going to continue to rise, there's a heavy correlation between poverty and inflation and higher crime. So what's going to happen is, as the United States and the UK continue to inflate their currencies, there's going to be more and more crime. And as a ripple effect of that, the so-called second and so-called third world countries that depend on the United States and UK and Germany and other countries no longer have that same bounce that we're giving them. They're also going to raise in crime as well.
100%, of course, yeah.
So make sure you guys get some food. Make sure you guys know how to prepare yourselves out there. I know you guys can't even have knives in England. I mean, hopefully, it's crazy out here in Rhode Island because I live in a very liberal state. I'm not a liberal or a conservative. They're two wings of the same bird of prey, and they're both equally stupid and wrong about most things. However, I live in a liberal state, and I was thinking about Christmas gifts this last year, and I usually get my mom and my grandparents some shit that that's something that could be useful. Like, okay, if their car breaks down, all right, here's a battery that you can use to recharge it, so you don't have to worry about some weird guy like, hey let me help you.
They are going to be using that for the car, mate.
Yeah, who says we're not allowed knives anywhere? I'd show you a knife now, but I won't do that on BBS.
Yeah, definitely don't do that.
I'd show you a fucking knife, son.
On Ellie today, they were like using the N-word and showing guns. I was saying to Ellie, you shouldn't do let
You mean
them
the
show
K
guns.
word?
Well, here in the United States, there are multiple that are literally based on shooting guns and reviewing guns. And so, yeah, I mean, here in the United States, it's probably a little bit different. But the point that I was trying to make was, even though that the United States, yeah, we do have the right to bear arms, in some liberal states, you really don't. And it's even worse than that. Here in Rhode Island, I couldn't wear body armor or a bulletproof vest to protect myself. It's technically illegal. I could be arrested for trying to protect myself.
Oh, I asked you the question, Will, then. Where do you stand? You don't believe in bearing arms?
No, that's my whole point. Every sentient being has the right to defend himself.
Yeah, but let that sink in. They don't want you to wear a bulletproof vest because if you do something wrong and they want to shoot you, they don't want you to be able to stop the bullets. That's crazy.
That's not even the point, too. So then my point was I was looking for Christmas gifts, and I came across some shit online. They have these little rings that they just look like a regular ring, but you can click a little button on it, and you can give somebody an electric shock. It won't kill them, but it'll give them an electric shock enough so they won't fuck with you. I went to Google. It's illegal in Rhode Island. I couldn't even buy for a woman that doesn't want to carry a gun, an elderly man, anything like that. I couldn't even buy.
What about pepper spray?
Pepper spray is legal, but I mean, pepper spray doesn't really do shit. I've been pepper sprayed many times at a protest. That don't really do shit to you. Yeah,
Isn't there though the bear strength one, the one they use for bears? No,
Electrical rings. Are you sure this was a defense weapon and not like a sexual fetish or like that?
Well, in fact, I got a question. Right, I got a question for you because I know obviously over there it's a thing in certain states. I put a poll up about this, and quite a few people voted on it. Yeah. Where do you stand on capital punishment? Death penalty.
Capital
On
punishment.
their balls, the bastards.
Capital punishment is absolutely ridiculous because, first of all, the government is the #1 killer of all people by leaps and bounds, and that it does not even include wars in that statistic. Second of all, my friend, who's just a regular dude, not even a lawyer, has gotten 7 people who were wrongfully accused out of jail. So all they'd have, and this government is famously corrupt. We actually have a higher conviction rate than Soviet Russia. So maybe if we had a perfect justice system, which is never going to ever happen, I would be in favor of it. But even then, I'm not in favor. But basically, they've put many people here in the United States to death who were completely innocent. So all they would have to do was say, hey, Will, you did this, and then kill me. I'm totally against the death penalty.
Are you aware of a recent execution that happened in where they were testing out this new method of being gassed?
Yeah, I heard about it. I didn't look too much into it. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, the death penalty.
Who was testing this?
There's like a new thing that they wanted to, like, they're testing out, right? And this guy got used
The
for it.
Americans.
I noticed that they had a failed attempt on him 2 years before, in like 21, 22. He was actually like strapped down in a crucifix position and was stabbed repeatedly a few times in the chest with an just under the collarbone with an injection. For some reason, something went wrong and it didn't work. Anyway, even after all that fucking traumatic experience, as you can imagine, right? He's then fucking, when he has been executed, they've experimented with this new way of like gassing you out. And it's basically, I was listening to a guy that actually witnessed the execution, right? And he was saying it's basically a mask from like the top of your head to under your chin. And he was saying about it was savage, man. The guy was like back and forth, head slamming into the fucking mask, fucking mucus and everything, fucking like hitting the mask. Apparently, like it wasn't good at all, man.
Bear, just think about the basic. Just think about the. Go ahead, Big.
Sorry, what's your thoughts on capital punishment then? If it's actually if they confess or if it's categorically 100% that they've done it, you know, it's literally, I don't know, video evidence or whatever. Would you agree with capital punishment at that point?
No, because no one is above me to judge me or anybody else. And then also, it's just like a dumb philosophical premise, right? It's like, let's kill people who kill people to show killing people is bad. I mean, that just doesn't.
Nah, fuck that. Yeah, it's a deterrent, isn't it? Nah, fuck that. Get them killed. Bosh.
No,
If it's a paedophile or a fucking murderer, then do it.
Exactly, mate. I would literally, if
you're not solving the problem, though. You're not solving the problem. The reason.
All right, then take the bollocks. Are we allowed to take the bollocks for fucking pedos?
I'll slit his fucking nuts in half.
I asked that before, Big D. I asked that question before. What if you castrate them? And somebody said they would use something else. They would.
Yeah,
still...
they're not going to change their thought pattern, is it?
Yeah, so you might as well take them out, aren't you?
Well, that's not going to change anything, though. Is my point.
not
Yeah,
gonna.
but it'll be one less pedo on the street then, won't it?
No, it
Yeah.
won't. Because first of all, no, it won't.
Be more oxygen for the rest of us.
Correct.
I mean, Bill Gates wants to reduce carbon.
Yes, broken fish. What's going on, man?
Hey, Bear. What's up, Mellow?
Hey,
Hey,
Mellow
Broken
still
Fish.
here?
What, how strong does he sound? Hey up, fella.
Let me check my mic. I was karaoke
No, you sound
today.
good, man. You sound good.
All right,
Don't listen to Big
it's
G.
normal.
Don't
Like
listen
a
to him. He's a
strong
wind up.
Hey, man.
Like a
Flower
strong
power.
coffee in the morning, weren't he, Big G?
So how's everybody doing?
All good,
Good,
brother.
man. We're just talking about opinions on like the
Like
death
cutting
penalty.
fucking pedos balls
Obviously,
off
it's not something we
Yeah,
have here.
pedos should be put to death for raping young children,
No,
and
you got.
as for the murderers, you form
Yes,
your own
man.
opinion.
I'm gonna
But
call you guys out right
pedophiles should be put to death for raping young children.
Big
Period.
up. Big up broken fishing, lads.
Okay.
Yeah,
Everybody.
break go, broken.
Yeah, your
Okay,
argument ain't gonna work with me, bro.
Okay. Everybody just said that. How many pedophiles have you castrated? 0. Because you want the government to go. And
Dude, because I don't want to go to jail for killing somebody.
no, because if you were
No,
real,
I beat the fuck out of
no, if you were
15.
real about it, if you really thought that way,
Your fault, Big G.
I beat the fuck out of 15. Sorry about the language, Bear.
It's fine.
I
Just
beat the hell
not
out
too
of
much of the
15
not too much of the
pedos,
R
dude.
word,
How
man.
many pedos have you beat up that are on the list?
I never claimed to kill him, but I've exposed many.
I didn't say I killed them. I said I beat the hell out of them. They were alive when I walked away. They were alive when they went
When he
to the
walked
hospital.
away.
How many pedos have you done? How many pedos have you got out of your neighborhood?
Do you know
Zero, I
what? Do you
bet.
know what gets to me? Do you remember, guys? Do you remember?
Futo, I have
Hang on, let Will reply.
Hey,
Let Will broken fish. Let Will reply. Broken fish. Let Will reply, man. Let him reply.
Yeah, as long as he's not calling me cuss words in the in Spanish.
You haven't done anything. You haven't done anything. I have video.
Right, I'm off, excuse me. I'm going to
I have
drink me.
video evidence of what I've done. I have video evidence of what I've done. You don't have any evidence. You're talking.
I don't need that. Who, when they plan to beat the hell out of somebody, videos it.
You want to live vicariously with the government because you're not man enough to
Big
do
up,
so.
Angela.
I've actually done something.
Whatever.
You come up here like
don't
a
know
drunk
shit
old
about
man.
me,
You're a
dude.
drunk old man that hasn't accomplished anything, and you want to live vicariously. Oh yeah, we should go beat the shit out of pedophiles. So why don't you go do it,
Oh,
bitch?
dude, you
Why
know
don't you go do it,
nothing
bitch?
about me.
Why don't you go do it, bitch, instead of coming out of the panel right now? I've done shit. I have the proof. Why don't you go do something instead of talking shit? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Whatever. Kiss my ass, fake
Guys,
news.
let's de-escalate. Let's de-escalate, guys. Come on.
Yeah, he's the one cussing at me and acting like he's a badass for a young guy.
You wasted
telling
Come on,
other
guys.
people
Let's
what
turn
he
it. Let's
don't
turn it,
know.
man. Come on, guys. Let's chill this one. Let's chill. Come on, Mellows. Come on, Mellows.
Do you know what gets
Tell
me?
him.
Do you know
Mellows. Will you speak? Mellows, will you speak?
Do you remember How to Catch a Predator? What got to me was how many people were predators. How many
Right,
were
Mellows.
child molesters?
Speak, man. You've been quiet.
I was a predator for many years.
You what?
A predator
You what?
hunter.
What?
I was a predator hunter.
Oh, good.
Many years.
Yeah, there's so many though. I don't get it. I don't get why so many men, so many people. I don't know. So many men do this.
Do
what is it?
What?
They want to be with kids.
Good question, Futoy. The answer is this. The answer is because of trauma. And these people want to keep doing the death penalty, and they want to castrate people, and they want to perpetuate the trauma that continues to make these people. The problem is, let's just kill them. Let's just chip up their balls.
Well, they don't technically
That
just kill them, do they, either? Though? I mean, they'll rot in a jail for 20 years.
World, which creates more pedophiles. Pedophiles are created out of trauma. The more trauma you create, the more pedophiles you get. So the guy's idea you guys have, let's just kill them, let's just cut off their balls, where you're creating more trauma in the world, which creates more pedophiles. Bad idea.
Okay, well, I don't. Again, I wouldn't necessarily say it's because of trauma.
Okay, so what else?
Me either.
What else?
I mean,
What else?
I don't know,
I
mate.
studied
There's
this.
just sometimes there's bad people in the world, bro. There's bad
Wired
people
wrong.
with bad intention.
Okay, but every single serial killer, every single pedophile that you've heard of, except for maybe one, there are exceptions to the rule. They always been raped or abused or had messed up things happen to them. 99 out of 100. 99 out of 100. It spawned out of trauma. It spawned out of trauma. There's no other excuse. Trust me, psychology will tell you this. Science will tell you this. I will tell you this. The reason people, yes, there are bad apples. There are random bad apples, but you laugh all you want. This is a fact. You can laugh at facts all you want. It doesn't negate the fact of facts. So it's all out of trauma.
But the facts show the facts.
Up. You
No,
bitch. You haven't done
stop
it.
cussing, you little ass.
Listen. When you have a fact,
you little ass. You're a psychopath. Shut the Makatani.
Listen, when you had a fact, you can talk. You don't have a fact. You're an old.
I can talk whenever I want, you piece of shit. Stop cussing.
You can't even
Ding
talk.
ding, round 3.
Talk, you drunk old bitch. You can't even
Drunk
fucking
old
talk.
bitch.
You old
Dude.
bitch. Talk.
Oh, well, with a hard
to
left.
somebody that don't drink, you piece of
Go on,
shit.
guys.
All you do is
Let's
fucking
discuss
call
it.
people names.
Okay, old man. What facts you got?
Oh, stupio 100%.
Don't tell me how you feel. Women talk on feelings. Give me a fact.
Oh, he's on the ropes. He's on the ropes.
Give me
a fact that your ass's butt hurt and you started using profanity to defend yourself when you were asked for a fact. Show your fact.
Not a fact. Butthurt
You
is not a
said
fact.
it's a fact, so show your study that shows it's a fact.
Butthurt. You're so
But
you're
what
so,
you started
so you're a
doing
grown man.
is you
You're a grown
started
man.
cussing
You're a
at
grown
people.
man. You're a grown man.
You tell
your
people
basic
what
fact
they
is,
are,
I'm
what
butthurt.
they do, when you know nothing about them. You got butt hurt like in the massive level, dude. You started cussing to defend yourself. That shows limited smarts.
I cuss because actually, if you would know anything, they've done a study to show that people that
Show the study.
Okay, I will, bitch, and you're gonna feel like
bitch. Stop cussing. Stop
no,
calling
I'm not
names.
gonna cuss. I'm not gonna stop cussing. I'm gonna talk how I want to talk. If you want to talk, if you want to talk
you
like an old
fucking
guy that
wanker.
uses the Queen's English, go ahead.
This is
go ahead.
clashing the Americans, man.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yo, wanker.
Bro, I'm not British. That doesn't affect me. You're an old drunk man. You haven't accomplished
I'm
anything
an
in your
old
life.
drunk man. See, there again, you making assumptions. I don't drink.
How old are you? How old are you? How old are you?
I'm in my 50s. How old
You're an
are you,
old man.
boy?
You're an old man.
No, an old
You're an
man
old
is
man.
70s and 80s,
You haven't
you
accomplished
dumbass.
anything. What have
I
you accomplished?
haven't
What have you
accomplished
accomplished with your
anything.
life?
Well,
What
let
have
me
you
see. I
accomplished
did
with your life?
20 years
What
of
have you
wildland
accomplished with your
fire.
life?
Probably
What have
saved
you
your
accomplished
family's
with your
home
life?
in the
What
West.
have you accomplished with your life? What have you
Oh,
accomplished with your
more
life?
than you, obviously, who can't
Example.
fucking defend
Give me an
yourself
example.
without
Give me an
calling names and cussing.
Oh, take a look at this. Here's my facts, idiot.
No,
Oh,
no,
take a look
no.
at this.
Put it up. Share
I
it
got
to the
facts.
panel.
You ready now? You ready now? I got my facts, bitch. Shut the fuck up.
Nobody can
Shut the
see it.
fuck
You
up.
shut the fuck up.
No,
Boy,
I'm
you're
not
Hey,
all
BBS,
triggered.
chuck the grenade, stand back and
I
let it
have
go.
free rent. I have free rent. I have free rent. I got rent in your head, and all I did was appear. You
Guys,
share it
this
to the
isn't
panel.
good for the panel, guys.
Send it to the panel.
Guys,
boy.
guys, can we end it? Can we end it? It's not good for the panel, guys. Nobody's enjoying this. Come on, let's change the subject.
Right, just chill out, guys. Let's hear the facts that you've got up on the screen, one.
Okay, great. The study
I
published
think you two would make a good couple, you know.
personality journal
Share the link.
between fantasy and honesty. Their study
Share the link.
Shut the fuck up, you old bitch.
Fuck
I'm
you,
talking.
bitch. Oh, so what? You're talking. I'm not
That's your
allowed.
attention
Wow.
and any
Share the link. Don't sit there, read it. Share the link so we can read it while you're reading it. Because I don't believe you.
I don't care. I'm not doing this.
I
to you.
don't care. You don't share links because you don't want to share the facts.
Hey, old man, if you're too stupid to Google something, it's not my fucking problem.
Dude, it's your fact. I can't get the same fact by Googling it. What do I Google? Tell me how to Google it. Google what dumbass is reading right now. Okay.
Come on, listen to Anne-Marie.
Shut the
Children,
fuck up.
calm down. Let the adults
You
talk.
could maybe if you shut the fuck up and let me read, you could Google it, old man. That's how it works. You shut the fuck up while I'm talking. That's how it works. Now,
Well, you two are going through a menstrual cycle or something.
We've
You
lost
two.
Mellows.
do whatever you want.
Man
Some
down.
old, I don't care.
I was attacked the
No,
minute
I
I
don't
got
care.
here and said my opinion. He started calling me names in Spanish and cussing at me, and I'm the one acting
When
like
did I
a
speak
baby
Spanish?
for
When did I
defending
speak
myself.
Spanish? When did I speak Spanish?
What do you think puto is, you puto?
When did I say puto?
Go back and you said it. Stop cussing at people who come in and share their opinion. Stop acting like a little baby thinking you're defending yourself and telling people that they've done nothing with their life. You know nothing about me.
What have you
I've
done?
probably done more service for this country than you
Okay,
have.
great. Now here's your opportunity. Tell us what you've done. Tell the people what you've
I
done.
did 20 years as a wildland firefighter. I worked for 22 years on a Jaws of Life crew. What have you done to help your fellow man physically to save lives and shit, dude? So kiss my ass.
You were a firefighter?
Yeah, wildland and structure with advanced Jaws of Life training. Oh, I've done nothing. Glad to know that that's the way you treat people who save other people. Is everybody else happy to make you think that you think that's fucking nothing?
Who's jerking?
And I
it?
can prove mine. Clapping, not jerking.
Okay, why? You're clapping for yourself? Okay, prove it then.
No, I'm clapping for your stupidity. You prove Albert Einstein right.
Prove it. Prove it then. You said you can prove it. Let's see the proof. Because anybody can come on the internet saying they're anything. Let's see the proof. You said you can prove it. Let's see it.
These two are like an episode of Jerry Springer without the ugly slag. Oh wait, Big G is here.
Show you my.
That's right. I'm a man's slag.
Yeah, I can come over here.
I had told you to prove a study, and you want me to prove my career.
I know.
don't
I'm
have
with.
to prove
Wait.
it, dude.
Listen, guys. Peace and love, man.
No,
Wait.
hold on.
We can all express our opinions and facts without having to go at each other, man. No one can hear you anyway in the chat, so it's pointless because I can't hear you. I'm sure Futoy and the others can't hear you. UK can't hear you. So just chill it out, man.
Princess Angela says, "Show
Chill
your
it out,
act,
man. Let's get back on topic. Let's get back on subject. Like fucking, it can be done in a way where we ain't got to like tear each other's heads off, right?
Okay.
Let's agree to disagree, even on that one.
Or yeah,
And
or move on. If we can't agree, just move on.
Cool. Let me ask this one question. What specifically did I say was factually incorrect? And then if you want, we can move on. But name one thing I said that was specifically factually incorrect.
Well,
I mean, I
was very passionate. Was very passionate against pedophiles, and you had a different opinion on how to deal with them. That's all it is. That's all it is. A different
If you guys
opinion.
are going to yell and scream at me and we're going to change the whole stream, I just want to know specifically factually I'm wrong, because you guys can feel however you want. But if you can't point to any facts where I'm wrong, I don't know what the point is here. Why are you all yelling at me?
I'm not yelling at you.
Hang on, whoa.
We're
No,
not
you're
yelling.
gaslighting. You're gaslighting one.
We're not yelling at you, mate. Definitely not.
No,
We're just trying to-
I haven't yelled. I haven't shouted at you once, man.
I'll put another subject out there. I'll put another subject out there. If you break common law, should all your human rights be stripped? I'm all for stripping human rights, mate.
You are?
Oh yeah. If you commit a frigging, murder or serious assault around like that, I'm gonna kick your fucking ass, and I should be free to fucking do it.
Oh, I get you. But then, what if somebody is labeled that and they're not that, and people are just kicking the shit out of them? You know what I mean?
Oh no, yeah. Obviously, it has to be categorically, proven and whatnot. But yeah, I'm all for human rights. So, what's your view?
Don't you lose your rights when you go to prison, though? Don't you? You lose a lot of your
Well,
rights.
it's a fucking holiday camp, innit? Come on, it's an holiday camp. They get TVs, PlayStations.
No. That's a misconception of prison, Brian. That is a misconception, and for anybody that's been to prison, and I mean I haven't, right? But I know, and I've spoke to many of my friends who've done a lot of time in jail, right? And jail is not like what do you say, a holiday camp? It's
It
not,
is,
man.
mate.
It's a
Holiday camp.
traumatic experience for anybody in jail.
Oh,
For
no, lock
anybody,
'em
no
in the
matter who
fucking
you
dark
are,
room.
being in there is a traumatic experience.
Be a
You get
big
a
deterrent, though, won't it? You won't commit crime then.
Do you really get a PlayStation?
Does that work? I don't know. Does it work? Does the system we have already work? It doesn't really, does it? I mean, it's failed and it carries on failing daily.
It works. The system that we have in place is fine. Nobody murders, nobody rapes, nobody kills. It works fine now. We should keep doing it the way it is now.
Oh, so we'll continue with rehabilitation, yeah?
Yeah. And, do
And
you
the
think?
attempt to rehabilitate.
No, obviously this is not rehabilitation, but this is what you guys want to do to people that do things to kids. You just want to throw them in there. Obviously, it's not helping. The prison industrial complex is not helping anything. They're not rehabilitating anybody.
Yeah,
No,
and Outlaw's saying here he agrees with
Last
G,
time-
right? If you can't respect other human rights, you don't deserve your own. But then that's like saying
Exactly.
that if somebody does something, right, that there's no turning back, you shouldn't be allowed the chance to rehabilitate or any of those things.
Nah, you fuck up, bosh.
That's a bit fucking savage, that, mate.
But what he's saying there
I'm
is that
sorry,
it has
I'm
to
not
be-
gonna
it has to
support
be
that.
a serious offense, like is what he's saying. Though,
But then that comes back to the capital punishment thing, doesn't it?
Okay, so here's the point, Bear. This is the point that everyone is missing. Is you guys can say you're in favor of this or that, but you're in favor of something and actually doing it is two different things. Every government that is on the face of this earth is inherently violent, it's inherently immoral, and it's inherently non-consensual. What I mean by that is if you don't pay your taxes so that you can bomb innocent children over, men with guns will come and put you in a cage. That's inherently violent. That's inherently non-consensual. And that's inherently immoral. So when we're talking about doing things to people, you're telling the number one murderer of all people, governments, democide, the number one killer of all people, outkilled religion, outkilled all murderers. You want the number one murderer of all time to be in charge of murderers, to be in charge of all these other people and to see what's going on. So none of you actually want these people to be, you guys say you want, oh, we want grapers castrated. Oh, we want people to, no, you don't. Because if you did, you do it yourself. You wouldn't leave it to some other entity who kills more people than all.
So what is the answer then? You say no, but what is the answer for those people then?
We've had this conversation before, Will. There'll always be governments, mate. You can't get rid of governments. You can't have complete anarchy. It will never work, mate. Sorry.
Okay, so, well, that you didn't present me with you just said it won't work. You can't have it. Do you have any evidence to support that?
Well, a government. If there was no government, mate, it will just go to another, a bigger entity that's like a gang. So let's take religion, for example. The church will probably take over in making those decisions.
Let's have a conversation here. You're making an assumption. We can't start arguing debating at point C when you skipped over A and B. So here's the thing.
I'll tell you what. Then you prove a point where total anarchy has worked, mate.
What is your definition? Before we continue, what is your definition of anarchy?
Because you're saying there's no controlling power, so let people do whatever they please.
That won't work well here.
No. Okay, so right now, the number one thing that kills all people is government. So if you truly cared about people, it's not cancer, it's not heart disease. The number one killer of all people is government. That's a fact, right? So, and that's not even including wars, government killing its own people. So if you truly cared about human life, the first thing you would be against wouldn't be anything else. It would be all governments. Secondly, you're assuming that as soon as a government or governments or states dissolve, that there would automatically be something else cropping up. Let's say for the sake of argument, say that you're correct. And I could offer different points and theories to counter that. However, let's say for the sake of argument, you are indeed correct. It would still be better than what we have now. There is no benefit to any government that is on the face of this planet. And just because they're existing doesn't mean that we have to live with the number one killer of all people.
So you would let religion take over?
As a matter of fact, why would you? Okay, let me ask you a question. Why would you assume that religion would take over?
Because that's probably the next biggest cult controlling of the populace.
Well, I would disagree with that premise. I would disagree. I would actually agree with your statement, which is that religion is the number two, or arguably number one or number two brain control ideology cult premise that affects all of humanity. Totally agree with you there. However, in the United States, yes, you would see that continue to play out in certain cultures that were predominantly Muslim or that were extremist Christian or were Buddhist. You would see that continue to play out in some cultures. However, here in the United States, I can't speak to the specifics and facts in the UK. Here in the United States, we are not a particularly religious people, despite what you might see on the news. There are sections and people in this country that are religious. However, our religion is heavily fragmented. It's not like yes, we have Roman Catholics, but even Roman Catholics themselves are not big in fans with the Pope and the Vatican. And then there's 1,000 other Christian denominations. There's Muslim denominations. There's Hindu denominations, and so on and so forth. I do not believe that there is one religious entity in the United States that would be big enough. And even if they did, they would still be killing people at a vastly slower rate than what we have now.
Well, that's what I beg to differ, mate. The way, religion causes wars.
Oh, well, here in the United States, what I can tell you is we are not a religious people here in the United States. Religions have caused the majority. I will concede to you quite correctly that the majority of the laws still in place to this day in the United States are based in religion. Just give one example off the top of my head. On Sundays, you cannot purchase liquor in a lot of states after 6 p.m. Why? Because it's Sunday. Some liquor stores don't even open because it's such an outdated, primitive religious law. So yes, I totally agree with you with that. But what the thing is, my point is, yes, something is going to happen afterwards. It's incumbent upon us to wake people up. So in 1770, if you take a look on the big picture of human history, and I'll keep it about 5 seconds here, let's say 30. The history of humanity is humans struggling against tyranny to fight for freedom. We've seen that all over and over and over again. And then you look at all the religious things and Hammurabi and the Sumerians, Egyptians, and then you fast forward to Magna Carta. That was a great step in the right direction. Then you fast forward to 1776. That's a great step in the right direction. I believe if people are awakened to what they have to do, the transition will be a decent thing, because we have moved forward in some things, but inevitably. So right now,
what transition?
The transition from a world dominated by nation states to a world dominated by people.
You think the Magna Carta was a move forward as well? I'm quite surprised with that statement, because you're against corporate law. The Magna Carta is the foundation of corporate law.
Well, it's
maritime law.
So yes, it's true. You're very smart. You're very smart. I will say that. So yes, in a way, it's a step backwards, but I think in the idea of freedom, right? It's a step. And yes, so right, everything that they do is always gonna be a trick in there. There's gonna be a way to fuck us up in it. But it's a loss the way you described it. Absolutely right. Cannot debate with you whatsoever there. But I think it's a win in the fact that it's something that's taught to this day. And it's something that people identify as, hey, this is the course of human history. We've slowly been taking the right to rule from the tyrant to ourselves. Now, that is obviously in theory, and it obviously hasn't worked out in practice. And I will definitely concede that to you. However, we cannot get to the next way of living if we cannot get our thinking there. So yes, definitely agree with you that that's a trick backdoor, but I hope I clarified my statement.
I was going to say, well, the thing is, it's a foundation of capitalism.
Well, how so?
Because it's maritime law, it's corporate law.
Well, so I would define
Evening, society.
Hey, Squatch, how you doing?
I'm alive.
Yeah, big up Sasquatch. How you doing, bro? Good.
Hey, society. Holy shit, is that a Sasquatch on panel?
You've seen it.
Sasquatch on
Somebody
panel.
get a camera.
What's up, dude?
Chilling like a villain, cheating, robbing still.
So I would say I wouldn't use the term capitalism. So it may be the foundation of capitalism, but if you're talking about capitalism as in the modern day, what we have, then yes. But if you're talking about capitalism as in what I believe a true capitalism should be, which is really not, which would be a free market, a true free market. Capitalism was a term that was created by communists to identify the free market. And I do not believe that you can have capitalism with the central bank, with tariffs, with all these restrictions, and when you have to buy healthcare from a certain thing or this and that. So I don't think we live in capitalism. Does that make sense? And I hope.
I would slightly disagree with you because capitalism it's a social construct. It's to do with money. Correct me if I'm not. So that's the whole point of having governments in there. And that's why governments have been created, because there's a capitalist ideology, if you want to call it an ideology. It's a social construct. So surely your theory of total anarchy would to be get rid of complete social constructs, would it not?
No. So let me clarify that. And I do believe it's a social construct, but I'll give you my opinion, but I also like your definition of capitalism. And I really appreciate this conversation because we're having a really good back and forth here. And I think it's very important to define words, because when people hear words like capitalism or anarchy or socialism, they have certain preconceived notions about them, but their definitions might not be the same. So for me, true capitalism is entirely free market. What that means is there is no external influence from anybody. It's a free market. It means there's no regulations, there's no government overseeing it, there's no central bank. It's just completely humans trading and doing what they want. That's my definition. So if you were, the best way to define me would be a voluntarist or an anarcho-capitalist. Voluntarious means that all human interactions should be voluntary. And as I described earlier, all interactions with government are inherently non-consensual, immoral. So I believe all human interactions should be voluntary. And another way you can put it is I'm an anarcho, which means anarchy, which doesn't mean no rulers. It doesn't mean no rules. It means no rulers. So you get that from anarchy, which is another very misperceived word. And then capitalism. Although I don't like the term capitalist because, like I said,
I just got some weed I didn't know I had.
Capitalism is a term created by communists. So I don't like the terms, and like Bear so astutely puts, having labels is a difficult thing. And I appreciate Bear. So like, share, and subscribe, because Bear is giving us the platform here. So we can't just necessarily speak in platitudes, but we're also speaking about the real things, because we can talk all day about capitalism, but if me and you have two different ideas of capitalism in our head, then we're not getting anywhere. And I think this is a really good platform in the conversation. I would like to say one last thing. I'd like to apologize for flying off the handle at these people, and I tried a new approach and it wasn't a good approach there, but I also don't let people talk over me. That's something that I don't let people, like if someone's argumentative with me, I'll let my friends talk over me, but if someone's argumentative with me, I will not let them talk over me, because that shows that
you revert to profanity and
But
calling
listen,
names.
We move
No,
on.
it's happened to us all. It's happened to me too. Like on these panels, sometimes you just lose it.
I just wanted to say I apologize. I don't know exactly what happened. I definitely didn't call you Puto. Trust me, I would call you some other shit. I definitely call you some other fuck shit. I definitely did, but I didn't call you Puto. So I apologize for that. But yes, Big G, you're a smart dude. So what is your definition of capitalism?
Well, it always involves, even with your label of a free market, that's you're basically saying trade. So even if you don't trade with money, you trade with consumables. It's still a form of currency. So you can't step away from the value aspect, if you like, the monetary value aspect.
The only way I've ever figured out to step away from the monetary value of something is to give value in time. And it's not a good exchange.
So, like I said, capitalism will always be there, and that's the form of government. So, as soon as you get rid of governments, capitalism will fall on its ass. Total anarchy, and this is why total anarchy will never work.
Wait, let's take it one step at a time. You said that capitalism falls ass. I don't think so. I actually think that capitalism would thrive. I believe now inflation's out of control. One, because here in the United States, the Federal Reserve banking system, and also in England, the Bank of England, these are fractional reserve banks. According to the United States Constitution, I cannot speak to England, but according to the United States Constitution, Article 1, Section 8 says that Congress has the right to value and print money. And once that happens, and you have a private federal, a private non-federal bank controlling your money, and it's inflated the currency over 90% since it's done so, that's not free market, because then you have a controlling interest. With all the thousands of regulations, that's not free market. What I believe is if you take all this back, things go to its natural state. So what happens is, for example, when the automotive industry collapsed in 2008, if I'm correct, the government came in, and even if you don't know the automotive industry, you've heard it with them doing it with banks and several other things, is the government will come in and bail out an industry, right?
That's what I was just about to say. We're talking about all this political stuff, and then you look up at UK Transparency's window, and it's this.
Hat. He's
Love the tinfoil suit.
No, the reason why you've got high inflation rates in the States at the moment is because Biden's a thick twat and he puts fucking shitloads of taxes on oil. That's the reason why you've got fucking high inflation at the moment in the United States.
No, I mean, I would disagree with that premise. I would say that the reason we have high inflation is multiple. So the first reason is, the most recent reason is because Donald Trump issued the executive order which shut down the country and brought all of not only the United States, but the world's economies to a halt. That was a major part of it. And then, like I said, the major part of inflation is the Federal Reserve Bank, because going back to the Constitution, which I was about to say, the Constitution says that our United States currency can only be backed by gold or silver, which is a finite amount of gold and a finite amount of silver. And once they got over to fractional reserve banking, they didn't have the limits of the amount of gold can print the amount of money. Now they just print fucking money out of literally thin air. They just print money, and that has inflated the currency. That is the number one cause of inflation, and that has devalued our dollar more than anything.
But either way, going back to the original premise, that's my opinion on why total anarchy will never work.
Well, it may not work, but it's still better than what we have now. Right now, the number one cause of government death is murder by government, and that does not include war. So at least getting rid of governments will be a step in the right direction. And even if it's only a small period where people regain their freedom and the governments inevitably build up their thing, or a new form of control takes over, at least we built the thing in people's mind. At least we can say we tried and just didn't. I mean, we all, every person on this panel cares about something. We all care about human beings. We're all on this platform. Bear Britain Audit's platform is not a platform about unboxing kittens. This is a platform about something. This is a platform about substance right here.
Dude, do you have any kittens?
Hold on, let me just, please,
Does he take a breath?
I have no kittens, man. Wait, I watched Steve too. I watched Broken Fish and him have kittens earlier with each other. It was mad.
Sorry, just one other thing, Will. So if we get rid of government, right, in it just then and there. So if religion take over, it is a government, isn't it? Isn't it not? If religion wasn't there, the vacuum would be then filled by, let's be hypothetical, I don't know, gangs. Basically what I'm trying to say is, whatever.
Right. We just go back to being tribal, man. Weren't we originally tribal?
Okay.
Anyway,
let me finish my point is, we're all here. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, everything that he just said, and actually let's say that what happens is 50 times worse than what's happening now. It is still, we're all on this panel because we care. We're not here because we don't care. We'd be on another panel. We'd be watching something else. We'd be fucking playing video games. We'd be watching football or masturbating to porn. But we're not. We're here, which means we care. And if we truly care, regardless of whether, trust me, when Anarchy, I had the same exact questions you guys had when I first started out, and I'll address those questions. But even if what happens is, if we all care, the number one thing that's killing all human beings on the planet right now is government. So even if new governments arise, gangs arise, bad things arise, we still have to take care of non-violently the number one malefactor in all of society. It doesn't mean we can ignore it just by saying, oh, well, something bad will happen. Well, it might. Something else bad might happen, but it doesn't make us stop preaching about the fact that all human interactions have to be voluntary. Now, you're saying, and everyone always says, well, something else will be tribal or something else. Let's go one at a time. To me, the worst case scenario that I've heard from a United States perspective has been, well, if that happens, well, then people are just, well, the thing is, right? There's every argument you can have, but it's a Band-Aid. The longer you take to rip off, it's cancer. It's cancer. Government is the number one cancer on this planet. It's the number one cancer. It's the number one killer of all things. So we can sit here and debate about, oh, well, what would happen after we take out the cancer? Could it grow back? Could the cancer grow back? Oh, I don't know. Maybe the cancer could grow back, or maybe you could get lymphoma, or maybe this could happen. Either way, we still have cancer, and we have to get that cancer out.
I feel like this is more of a Rumble stream than a YouTube stream. What do you think?
I disagree because I disagree on this point, and I'll shut the fuck up for a little bit. But I disagree because
you said that 3 points ago.
Yes, I'm finishing because I keep getting interrupted. So the reason why I agree with that premise is because this is merely philosophical as opposed to talking about things that are more tangible and concrete.
So basically, you just went through a 30-minute tirade on how none of this words that were each other. That was very enlightening. Thank you.
What'd you say?
Will is very passionate, right? And he's a deep thinker, so he's thought about it over, right? And he's sharing with us his knowledge. I mean, thank you all.
I didn't hear Squatch was talking. Squatch, what'd you say, my bad?
It'd be hard to get across at this point. Basically, you spent a long time telling us what you think and how you felt about something that you just now said at the end was philosophical and not actually pertinent to real situations.
Are you? I did not say they're not pertinent to real.
Wow!
Not directly.
Never said it was not practical to real applications. Isn't the is there?
Here we go.
All right. Obviously, you guys. I'm not in your stream. You guys think that you guys think that philosophy has no practicality in real life? You guys get upset when I'm speaking facts. This is not a stream for you guys. If anybody is interested in actual passion and getting to the bottom of things, you can check me out. Bear, thanks for having me.
Oh, come on, man.
Wow,
and then he throws
Oh, come on, Will, don't spit your dummy out.
You ain't after spinning that, Will. You're just going to come on.
If he's not constantly speaking, he can't maintain a conversation. The only conversation.
No, he's not usually like this. He's not usually. He wants to get out his point. He's not usually.
I've seen him do this a couple of times. I'm not trying to throw shade. I'm just saying sometimes he gets up in his feels and goes a little further than I think even he really means to, you know.
I just like chucking grenades in and watching it all play out.
Well,
I've done it twice tonight and it's fucking been hilarious.
I really like the part where he said we didn't give him a chance to speak when I sat here losing a couple brain cells for 15 minutes while I let him speak and did not speak over him.
And he kept being interrupted, but only after a 15-minute stint.
Yeah, sorry, baby.
You gay as a valid point.
He's a good guy, you know. He's a good guy. Well, any malice, I doubt.
You gay as a valid point.
No, like I say, I like debating. I enjoyed that. That was quite cool.
Oh, yeah. I don't know why he's just jumped, though. I don't know why he's just jumped. We can't. Listen, I've always said to you, there can't be no echo chamber, man. People are going to disagree, right?
I know. You need to stick up for him, BBA. You've got him on payroll and lot, so, you know.
No, listen, Will's my pal, but like I say, man, everyone's opinion's valid. I don't think it was worth jumping out over, you know.
I'm not throwing shade at his opinion. I was just commenting on the way he
No,
rapped.
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying with him, there was no need to jump out. There was no need to just bail like that.
I just thought it was. I knew he was going to bail. He. I don't know. He doesn't take criticism well in the short term. After he thinks about it for a while and realizes what he says, he'll probably be much more chill with it. But he is kind of quippish and snappish, you know. He makes decisions.
He went right after me just because I had an opinion.
Maybe it's because you're Americans.
Maybe so.
I get along with like 99% of the other Americans I know.
Yeah, it was all fine until you two jumped up. I blame
I
you
know.
two.
See what happens? I show up and people lose their mind. Like the other day when the Britain guys went off on me and started trolling me in my chats of my commenting trolly in the chats of my live streams, and the comments after they're done and over.
Oh well. I'm classing that as a victory.
Oh, it was tons of fun, at least. I'm just
I couldn't help but put UK thing when.
Hey, can I shout out my UK troll that thinks EA Audits is one of the best?
You can.
Thanks, John Nixon, for the view and the comments. YouTube loves it when people comment. I'm glad I have free space in your head and don't have to pay rent.
Oh, that person's commenting over on your channel, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I actually posted into Grimm's Discord what they said, put in one of the comments they put into my chat. That I was bullying somebody who we were all talking to the same way, but I was the bully.
Big up, Will.
Come on, it's just words, man. You can't get fucking bullied. Come on, let's not be wet white PC, you fucking...
No, Will's back. Big up, Will.
I blame Asian Sasquatch. It's his fault.
Totally my fault. I did.
Oh, it's his fault.
So how you feeling, Squatch? I know you weren't feeling
Guilty.
too good last year.
Very guilty.
Besides guilty, how's your health? I know you
I was
were
joking,
down and
Sasquatch.
out.
Oh no, I had a few colds in a row. It's just like I suspect there's a mold around here. I live in a very humid area. And so like every 6 or 8 weeks, I get something that's like a mild flu and then it goes away. I'll walk around snotty and sneezy and then, spend a day in bed, wake up, walk away. It's generally fine.
Hey, back.
All right, good to hear, Squatch.
Welcome back, Will.
I left the stream and I noticed briefly after the stream, I was like, I know they're going to talk shit about me after. Let's see if anybody attacks my argument. And not one person did. Everyone attacked the way I came across. Well, sure.
Yeah, that was the discussion we had, was about how you came across, not the endless diatribe of concepts, ideas, deflection, and degradation that went through the entire thing. I'm not specifically saying that you were saying anything wrong or incorrect. Haven't really had an opportunity to think it through and had only merely digested it as you were bringing it up. But if you want to try to play got you by jumping out of the shadows and go ooga booga, wait till someone says something that's actually negative about you. We love you. We like you.
Watch, trust me, there are people online that say all negative things about me. There are people that have channels dedicated just to me, literally just to me. So I'm well aware of it.
Ooh, yay.
So this is my point. It's like, I came back because I honestly like UK transparency. While I'm sitting here, yeah, you may not like the way I deliver facts, but the way I do it is I hit you with a fact after a fact after a fact. I'm supporting all.
You said thanks for the debate, but you attacked people when they tried to counter your debate with profanity.
Okay, great. Let me
and
ask
calling them old fucks when you don't know nothing about them.
In all fairness, he did apologize for that. He did say, "I'm
I
sorry."
know he did, but I'm just
Well,
bringing up
drag
the
him?
fact
Why
when
drag
we
him to the
tried to
mud?
debate him, he attacked with profanity.
my question to every single one on this panel is, what did I say that was specifically factually incorrect? And this is supposed to be about a panel about debates. And yeah, you guys can talk all the shit. Hey, he looks stupid. Hey, he talks funny. He talks long. He brings up a lot of stuff. Okay, but point out something I said that was factually incorrect. And the fact is, UK Transparency is out here pretending like he always pretends like he's super cool with me. And then he's going to put my butt hurt meter up and, oh, I'm on a tinfoil hat. It's like, I'm speaking. You guys can say whatever you want. Call me crazy. You can use any ad hominem attacks you'd like. But
Bro, I put them up on the screen. I put them up on the screen, and he has them on all the time. They weren't directed at you. The butthurt thing, right, got put up when you and Broken Fish were going back and forth with each other. Yeah, that was directed at the pair of you because of the way you were both going at one another. It was not singled out at anybody. There was no taking the piss out of you, bro. In fact, I think everyone was listening to you. I mean, I don't even feel like anyone was like butting in too much.
And let me say this, right? Like, do you expect me to break down some deep philosophical concept in a sound? I mean, what the hell? I mean, like, what the hell? This is supposed to be a place about learning and the truth. And like, you guys are getting mad at me because I'm trying my best. Like,
no one's mad at you, dude. We're literally trying to sit here and have a conversation with you that doesn't have to have world-shattering potential. Could merely be entertaining. And you're so dead set on having an argument with someone that you will not join into the conversation. I merely want to ask, what's your favorite sport?
Squatch, I will answer that, but let me just say this. I
can answer before we move on to 17 other subjects and topics and deflections that I don't want to get into.
Say this, Squatch. Let me say this. I came in, right, before you were here, and we were having a good conversation, and then me and homeboy that's above me, we went back and forth. And then I apologized for that. And then me and Big G, we were having, in my opinion, a good discussion because he was talking, I was talking. He was talking, I was talking. And I would interrupt for clarification. He would interrupt for clarification, which I think is a respectful conversation. So I think after the fact that me and him kind of blew up at each other and I apologized, we were having a good conversation. So my favorite sport to play is basketball. What's your favorite sport, Squatch?
I've always kind of liked hockey, but I don't like hockey itself. I prefer the fighting that takes place during hockey because I feel like it's far more honest than boxing.
Squatch, let me have one more retort. One of the coolest things I've ever seen was after the events that have transpired the last couple of years that were medical, the first time that hockey restarted, I forget the two teams that were playing the first game back, but as soon as they dropped the puck, nobody went after the puck. Everybody picked a dude and started fighting. I was like, that's fucking hockey. That's fucking awesome. Let's go. And yes, I have passion. When we're talking about the number one killer of all people.
You said one.
Okay, 7 more. Now, what do I think about paint thinner sniffing it? Sometimes cool. Just kidding. I'm shutting up.
That was good. I enjoyed that. That was hubris. I like that.
A couple of months ago, we were talking on I think it was Society X's panel about a hockey player who looked like he intentionally kicked up his leg and slit another hockey player's throat with his boot. So, does anybody know what happened? Was he convicted for murder or what happened? Does anybody know?
I didn't even know about it.
I didn't hear any more than the one little. Sorry, G.
I think it just got squashed, mate. It was just accidental and ended there.
All right.
I only heard the one little news blurb about it happening, nothing about the outcome of the investigation, or maybe if there was anything past an investigation.
Yeah, and we were looking at like different angles of photos, if I remember correctly, or somebody brought it up. And it kind of did look like he kicked out his leg on purpose from certain angles.
What killed the person in it?
Yeah.
Sheffield. I've forgotten the nickname for the team, but it was a Sheffield team, mate. Basically, a skate blade went straight into his neck.
And that's
Yeah, I'm
actually,
not going to bring that one up to watch. You don't want to watch that one.
isn't that quite incredible that he could actually get his leg up? What the average person will
I know
say,
he fell down.
4.5, 5 feet in the air.
No, one guy went down and was sliding on his knees, and the other guy lifted his leg while he was skating, so he may have lost his balance. I'm just saying it may or may not have been intentional. It's hard to tell.
That was the big debate at the time, right?
Right.
Was it murder or not murder?
It doesn't look like he looks back at him, but at the same time, it does look like a strange action to take at that moment.
But I doubt a hockey player wants to murder another hockey player for no reason. Like,
That's debatable in itself.
It's true that
valid reason. I mean,
looking at
You
the
can't
situation.
talk sport, but you can't ram them up in cotton wool, mate. It's sport. Jesus Christ! It's like you're gonna do a boxer for punching someone incorrectly. It's sport, man. A rugby player going in, two rugby players going in together. One gets hit incorrectly. You can't freaking be doing people for murdering or attempted murder. For that.
I doubt it was murder. I really, really doubt it was murder. Maybe he wanted to hurt him in some way, but not murder.
Could be
Did not want to kill
manslaughter.
that
Could be
guy.
a manslaughter
In
charge.
the knee or something. I think he was just trying to basically kick him, just poke him, just trip him, just whatever.
Something nasty, yeah. Yeah, but definitely not murder. He didn't decide, I'm going to kill this guy because we're 6 points down or whatever.
I got a spread to keep.
That does happen in the heat of passion, right? Like, it might not be in that example. I've never seen that example. I definitely don't want to watch it either. But when if you're in hockey and you definitely want to check the shit out of somebody on the boards, you want to make it hurt. You don't want to kill that person, but you want to check them as hard as you can. Like in football, you want to do the same thing. So I can see that's a very thin line right there. And then recently, there was a guy like a year or two ago, that truck driver who like accidentally caused that big pileup or like explosion and people dying on I-90, and they sent him to jail for like 10 years or something. You guys remember that? And I don't know if he ever got appealed or whatever. Do you guys remember that one I'm talking about? I'll look that one up. But
You mean the guy whose brakes were out and may have or may not have caused it on purpose, but his brakes were out and he missed the runaway ramp? What is he supposed to do?
Yeah.
Besides go down the road with his horns on, praying everybody understands and gets the fuck out of the way and that he keeps the truck upright? Huh. If I was driving and missed a runaway ramp, I would be in the fast lane trying to slow it down with the horns going.
Bro, you're absolutely right, dude.
Wow, manslaughter.
There's no appeal. Take a look at this. This guy, he had no brakes. A Colorado truck driver was sentenced to 110 years in prison after the loss of his brakes. That's not his fault. Some guy's in jail right now for 110 years. Holy shit, that's terrible. Oh my God.
Well, there's that other argument from an experienced truck driver who has to climb mountains to come into his state or leave his state, that when you go up a mountain, if you go up in sixth gear, you should go down that mountain in fifth gear. We all know it's a higher gear than that, but that's just an example. If you can pull the mountain in, let's say 8th, 9th gear, when you come down that mountain, you should be in 8th gear. You should always drop a gear. That's proper, and you should never do anything that makes it come out of that gear. You should turn on your Jake brakes, your air engine brakes, and that helps slow you down because every time you lift the pedal barely any at all, it puts the truck into an engine dynamic braking mode. So there's those arguments too that, hey, he didn't follow a bunch of rules that every truck driver knows. Did he do it on purpose?
So that's something I had not considered. It's a very cool observation.
And why would you take your truck out of any gear on a downhill?
Good point.
I would use the dynamic braking of the engine in my actual brakes, which, yes, they heat up and you can lose them very easily. But he took his truck out of gear and then couldn't get it back into gear if he's free balling down the mountain.
So what do you think happened?
I think it was a mistake because somebody was trying to downshift on the downside and then he couldn't get it back in and he was standing on his brakes and he fried them beyond being red to where they exploded.
Yeah.
And he did have no, because he took it out of gear, he had no engine braking to help him. And the idiot blew by. I don't know this for a fact, but I'm pretty sure he blew by the runaway ramp thinking he could get it back when he had already lost it because he fried his brakes the minute
Oh.
he took it, within minutes of taking it out of gear and trying to slow it down.
Wow, dude, that's incredible. And that just goes to show you, man, like, man, how people's lives can change from 1 second to the next. 1 second, you're making money. Hey, I'm got a pretty decent job. I'm a truck driver. Next day, bro, I mean, that's crazy. I've never heard anybody break that down, man, like that. That's a very cool analogy.
I did a little bit of truck driving in between leaving fire season and going to crab fishing for the winter. But it's just common sense when you climb a mountain. If I climb that, I have a 10-speed truck. I climb that mountain in 8th gear. When I go to come down the other side of the mountain, if I didn't stop at the top and check and make sure everything's all right to do a safety check, when I come down that mountain, I don't want to be higher than 7th gear. I would probably, depending on the steepness of the grade, which they tell you at top, you might want to be 2 gears below where you were, depending on the weight in your truck. And if he went to downshift, I need to get in the lower gear, and he missed it because of engine revving and he couldn't get it back into a gear, he fried those brakes beyond red within a mile of
Definitely.
trying to slow himself down. So, yeah, there's a lot of wrong he did. I don't think he should have got 110 years, but
What do you think would be like a good equivalent? What that, because he did fuck up according to what I just learned from what you taught me here, for sure. He could have done things a lot differently, and especially if there's a runway ramp, he could have just saved a whole bunch of life. But nah, he was thinking he could, and yeah, burning through those brakes, man, that's scary, dude. What do you think would be the equivalent? Because I also agree, I don't think he deserves 110 years, bro.
well, there's guys that go out here. We all see the true crime reports on A&E, 48 Hours, Australian Crime. There's guys that go out here and kill multiple people and are able for parole within 15, 20 years. And they may get a life sentence, but it's a life sentence isn't actually 110 years.
Are you talking? Where are you saying that people get? Is that Australia?
Australia, the UK, the United States. Look at any country, and a lot of them get a chance to apply to get out after a very short amount of years. Except for when they catch a full-on serial killer, they go the one step below because he usually makes a deal to keep himself alive and us paying for him. They go one step below a true life sentence and just say no parole.
You're absolutely right about that. Yeah, I've noticed though.
I mean, one below death sentence. They give him a true life with no parole.
So life with no parole. Yeah, you're absolutely right about all those observations in my little glimpse into true crime. I feel like, and I could be wrong, I feel like in Australia and Ireland, I've heard they've toughened up a little bit. In the UK now, I feel like it's tougher than the United States, because like I feel like you can kill somebody in the UK or in Ireland or Australia, you can get out of jail in like 25 years. In the US, it's like you're more likely to spend the majority of your life in jail. Not that I condone it, because I'm all about nonviolence. The whole point of my channel, Fake Mike Real News, is to create a more altruistic world through nonviolence in the Socratic method.
I got a real news question for you. It's along the same lines, but I got a real news question for you. What is your opinion on them the university ripping down the house where the 4 college students were killed by not yet convicted, whatever his name is?
Are you talking about the one that happened in
the Idaho 4?
Idaho, yeah. I think that
there's not been a trial yet, and they've already ripped down what could have been evidence for people to be brought to get a real sense of he could have been watching these people from this parking lot right in those girls' bedroom windows.
Hey, let me ask you a question, bro. Have you ever seen the movie Step Brothers?
Yeah.
It's a
I
trash.
had to,
It's a
I
trash.
had to turn it off.
Me too. I don't like the movie either. But
nice deflection.
no, it's a no. You think it's a deflection, but it's coming. I don't say things without a purpose. I know I'm long-winded and verbose, but I do have a purpose for everything I say, and trust me, I am working on the way I speak because it's all about the message. But I'm not perfect. I'm just a regular dude, right? So the reason I asked you about Step Brothers is because I was going to ask you another question. Have you ever read the book Program to Kill?
No, but are you going to answer the question instead of taking us elsewhere? You went somewhere else. You're going somewhere else. I asked the question, you deflected. If it's a debate, let's not deflect. What is your opinion about them ripping down the murder house for the Idaho 4? And yeah, thank you, Kayak. His name is Brian Kohlberger, who is accused of it. What's your opinion, just not on anything else, about them ripping down that house before the court case is even in court?
I was going to do that to make a joke to give you an olive branch. My personal opinion on that is that the government should personally have no say in whatever happens on private property. Consequently, I also think it's suspicious. And I think until all his appeals have been exhausted, and even then, I wouldn't say so. But I also don't think that the government should ever be able to tell people what they can do with their private property. What's your opinion, friend?
My opinion is that the house should have been left till the end of the trial, especially since it was given to a government entity, the university. So the potential jurors in the upcoming case, if the prosecutor or the defense anybody wanted, they could have gone and sat in the parking lot, gone to the parking lot behind the house and go, wow, there's a straight view into these girls' bedrooms. They could have gone over to the other side and go, look, there's a straight view into the girls' bedrooms. They could have had a physical thing, because it's hard to virtually on a television, a monitor, whatever you want to call it, to get that physical. Wow, he was reported to be in this lot doing I don't know what. He was probably looking in these girls' bedrooms. Now it is hard to go get that physical mind print of, wow, look how easy it was to look into these girls' bedrooms. It's gone.
I totally agree. And the reason I asked you the other question on top of that was because I've read this book called Program to Kill, and it's a fascinating book for anybody that's interested in true crime. And it adds a whole nother layer to some of the things that we presume. And it's a very fascinating book, one of a kind true crime book. It's available for free online in PDF form and on YouTube. And there's a corresponding YouTube channel if you type in Program to Kill, which is not affiliated, but expounds upon the work, which is very fascinating. And the reason I asked you about Step Brothers is because had you had that, I read that book or also been interested in that same kind of ideology, I was going to ask if we just became best friends. But we're not there yet, but we're working on it, bro. We've made leaps and strides, and I appreciate you.
Dude, I've been working.
You got nice. That's better. Cool. That's what we like. You know what it is, though? I am going to shut the show down.
All right, Bear.
I'm going to call it an end, man. It's 1 a.m. here, so I'm going to go get some kip. But no worries, man. It's a pleasure having you all on, man. It's a pleasure having you all on.
All right.
It's great to be here,
real.
You have a good day. Guy. I'm going to jump down and let you do your outro, bro.
No worries, man. Peace.
PBA, one question. Do you shit in the woods?
Well,
no,
if I need a shit
in the road.
If I need a shit, I'm going for a shit, right? I mean, how desperate are you? It's one of those.
There you go, guys. The answer to does a bear shit in the woods?
Yes, no, they don't. All I find bear shit in is the middle of the road.
There you go.
See you later, guys.
Peace.
See you later.
Peace, man. Peace.
Thanks for having me up, Bear.
No worries, food toy, bro.
See you, UK.
Everybody in chat. Thanks for coming up, bro. Peace, bro.
Take care, man. Take care.
Peace. let's just finish off. Anyway, respect everybody for coming in. Everybody that's came in. Got a little bit heated there, but I think we got there in the end. Yeah, society, you'll have to do something else on that hockey player when there's more follow-ups, like. But yeah, take care, everybody. Good night. Enjoy the rest of your... Well, most people should surely be going to sleep. But yeah. And like I say, watch out for the new channel. There's going to be a second channel where we're going to just push the live streams over there. Open panels. Just do some mad stuff. Keep it running. Even if I'm not there, there'll just be an open panel. It'll be more like a panel for everyone. Anyone wants to get involved. It don't matter who you are. Couldn't give a shit. As I say, I might not even be there half the time when they're running. But just speak more freely over there, right? And don't have to worry too much about the bloody terms of service, as Grim would say. But big up society, G-Knots, Anne-Marie, Big G, Kayak, Kyle, Stepper Star, loads of you, man. As I say, take care anyway, yeah? Peace.